Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tuesday. Usually we have our good buddy Neil Bortz today, but Bortzy is on another vacation.
He's on a ship somewhere.
Holy cow, this dude takes more vacations than anybody I've ever seen in my whole life. I mean, I love it. Good for him. That's my dream, is to be able to do that.
Well, the man is retired, although he does work a little bit with our radio station.
Yeah. But I know a lot of people retired don't take that many vacations.
I don't know anybody retired who works as much as Bortz.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's different. Like, for instance, when my dad decided, hey, I want some golf spending money that my stepmother didn't have to get after.
Some walking around money.
He went ahead and volunteered to Costco, and it was, hey, I'll make these deliveries predominantly to elderly people.
Yeah.
And so he'd get some tips. He'd make a little bit extra money. He
just
was
something
like,
to do.
Just something to do. Yeah. And again, golf money. Bortz, I think, treats us as sailing money.
Yeah,
a little bit extra.
Just enough to buy a couple extra drinks.
That's right.
we got him some brown liquor drinks. That's
good
right.
for Neil.
I don't know if Neil is if he drinks at all. I've never heard him. I've heard gummies. I've never heard anybody talk about any. If he's like,
I know that he likes these bears.
Joe Virgin River says no. He's giving me the no.
Okay.
He said he does not. Neil doesn't drink. Oh, okay. Which is neither here nor there. It's just I've never heard.
Good for him. No,
yeah.
I've never heard him talk about that.
And it's probably better for you not to. Is what I hear. I don't know if I believe it. I would question it.
You're questioning it?
Question these people.
I got to get to the bottom of this. This sounds like lies.
That's right. It's like lies that I will not tolerate. That I will. No, I need to slow down a little bit. I ain't gonna be. I'd have to. I have to be honest. I probably should slow down just a little bit. No, just once. And I have slowed down quite a bit. Not that it's anything that get carried away, but like I'll be sitting at home on Friday night and I might pour 2 or 3 as I'm listening to rock and roll tunes.
But when you end up retiring, aren't all bets off? Like, you can kind of do what you feel like, right?
Well, yeah, but you do have to take care of your liver.
Yeah.
Just,
I love the fact that, my pseudo older brother, I say that because he was our across the street neighbor.
Okay.
So my pseudo older brother was Paul Morris. He was 2 years older than me. And his dad is Bowen Morris. Now, he retired from Levi's probably about 25 years ago.
Okay.
That man has a routine. He gets up in the morning. He takes care of whatever needs to be taken care of, helps his wife out however he wants. And you know that the local neighborhood bar, Bowen's going to go there for 2, maybe 3 beers if things get crazy.
Okay.
By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he's home at like 4:30, 4:45. This is his routine.
I like it. That sounds like a good routine. I have no
As a retiree.
I have no issue with that routine. Look, is it terrible that I'm looking forward to retirement? I mean, I'm only 48. So I'm a little ways off, but I mean, 20 years.
We're both going to die before we get a chance to retire.
I know, right? Yes, I know. But this is just me being hopeful.
This is the profession we have chosen.
Yeah, no, we did not choose wisely, by no means. Not for like a long career. We've chosen poorly there because it seems that as media splinters and shrinks, it becomes more a wild west landscape a little bit, and then. It doesn't pay the greatest, it pays the bills, but that's why we all have, 4 or 5 different things we got going on. So, but I enjoy it. And I think that's more valuable than anything else.
Maybe in 20 years, you can start doing weekly appearances for your drinking money.
Exactly.
Jared Payne, thank you.
Hey, yes. It's Tug Coward over here at T-Mobile.
Yeah.
Come hang out from 12 to 2.
No.
Then he goes and drinks his money he just got.
I want to do like Neil Bortz does. I want to record me a little commentary and be like, hey, in country music news, or something like that.
Hey, this is Tug Coward over here at whatever Nissan, come on out. Gonna be out here for 2 hours.
I don't think anybody does that anymore. I think those have kind of dried up, haven't they?
Yeah, I know. It's kind of old school.
It is, though.
It's really old
Because I
school.
remember doing a whole bunch of them back in the day.
Yeah.
I don't know about it anymore, though. Yeah, things have changed.
It would for us. It was always surrounded by an athlete. There'd be an athlete doing a signing, and so you would go out there and do your 2 hours.
We always did.
Take them on a test drive.
Yeah,
That's right.
We always
if you
did.
can test drive, you get a chance to win Braves tickets for the upcoming weekend.
And an autograph from Charlie Culberson.
what a beaten life.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
yeah. It was always, a country show. Not always, but oftentimes it was an artist that would come out and play. We called it Live on the Lot. Live on the car lot, and go out there, and it was everybody from Florida Georgia Line, 10 years ago, to some person you never heard of that the career just didn't take off.
this is Tug Coward for Harold James Ford. Come on out. Charlie Culberson's out here signing contracts.
Signing contract. He's getting signed up.
That's right.
Get a co-sign on that thing.
That's right, Culberson. He's
Gonna co-sign on your next car. Come on out.
and he'll give you a bag of baseballs. The ones left over from it.
We had one probably about
Okay.
3 or 4 years ago that was actually kind of cool, where they had Terry Pendleton and I think it was Ron Gant. And so, like, the old school
Dude,
Brave
that's
fans
actually
all
really
showed
cool.
up to get the autographs, get a chance to chat with the guys. That one I think actually worked out pretty well.
Dude, I would show up for that. I mean, and that's the way I always judge everything. Like when they're like, "Hey, what do you think we should do here?" I'm like, "Would I do that?" That's always my question. I'm going to ask anybody else to do it if I wouldn't do it myself. And if Terry Pendleton and Ron Gant were somewhere, and it was just a hang, like go say hello, maybe snap a picture, get them to sign a baseball, I'd go do that because I loved those guys. And that's why I think you're right, Los. Those work because they're so nostalgic, and it's not to the point like if Ronald Acuna tries to show up somewhere, it's going to be pandalirium. It's just craziness. There's not a chance you're going to be able to say hello. It's tough. When somebody of that big a star right now in the moment shows up, but the old school guys, like it's more calm.
Well, it's weird how you can say, "Hey, this is Sean Murphy going to be out over," and then wherever it is, versus Mark Lemke.
Yeah, right.
And we've all known Lemmer.
Yeah,
He's
Lemmer's
been in this
great.
building for a lot of years.
Such an awesome dude. I love
Lemmer
him.
is a badass dude.
Yeah, he is.
But because of his history with the early 90s Braves, there's so much nostalgia. People are like, "Where's Lemmer?"
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Absolutely, man. That's what I'm saying. It's those guys that I think people, because it seems realistic. If Shohei Ohtani is somewhere, you're not getting within 500 yards. If it's, I don't know, Austin Riley, it's going to be tough. But some of the older guys, it's easier to get in. They're not at the height of their fame, and you could actually say hello to them. Man, how are you? It's good to meet you. You just don't get that. It's like when you go, like people think backstage at a country show is some sort of production, and it's not. It's a bunch of empty boxes, and they'll do a meet and greet, and it physically is, "Hey, man, good to see you. Take the picture, gone." Yeah, I mean, that's usually what it is.
It's a lot easier if you're really into trying to kiss an early 90s Brave. You can
You can usually kiss them better.
Right.
And
whereas if you're like, "Hey, I want to kiss Austin Riley," there's no chance.
no, Austin, they don't have any of that.
He's like, "Nope, you stay behind the rope, sir."
That's right.
Marvin Freeman will be like, "Oh, pucker up, let's go.
Come on.
Here, get the other cheek too."
That's right. It's been a day or two.
Get Otis Nixon out there.
That's right, exactly. Those guys, they're ready to roll.
Yeah. Dude, McGriff, I would show up for McGriff.
Crime
I
dog.
loved Fred McGriff. And I've never had the pleasure. Have you ever met Fred McGriff?
No, as many times as we
I was going to say,
we
as
covered anything,
long
no.
as you've worked
Not Fred
sports
McGriff.
radio, never
Not
McGriff.
Fred McGriff.
Because there's times when Pendleton just rolls through to see Domino.
Oh, yeah.
Who works down the hall.
Well, when he was working on the staff and then when he was like a roving instructor, you could always seem to have him roll through here. But that was always cool.
Yeah, well, but we're kind of the beneficiaries, if you will, of Chris Domino knowing everybody in baseball. There's not a person you can bring up that he won't probably know or even have their phone number. So when people just roll in, you'll be sitting at your desk working on whatever, and I don't know, Rafael Ramirez rolls through.
Telling you, ask him someday about his interaction. Now it's changed. They've patched it up. but his interaction for the better part of 15 years with Reggie Jackson
Was not good?
Oh, I throw around that Domino hates people like very lightly. I think he hated Reggie during that time period.
How come?
There was just this long story of what Reggie wanted in order to spend like 30 seconds with Chris Domino.
Oh, and Chris haven't known that.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
well, good
at
for
any
him.
point you get around him to ask him, but I think
I will.
they've mended fences now.
Well, that's good. That's good. Because Mr. October, you kind of want, especially being a baseball man like Domino is. Anyway, it just is funny how many people just walk through here looking for our coworker, Bruce Bochy. He's a World Series champion manager and lives in Nashville. Just will roll through occasionally and just to go sit down with Chris Domino. It's funny. You look up and be like, is that Bruce Bochy right there? Well, I'll be. It is. And then there's a little buzz around the room. There's a little buzz at Politico too. They are upset. Politico don't know what to do. They did an article about their fear of Elon Musk and Doge and the audit at the IRS. Here's why. Here's what got their tail feathers all crooked. Access to personal information, and they say it is causing Americans to cry out and beg for mercy and say no. And my first question is, who is this outcry coming from? Because they say Americans, but what you can surmise from the article at Politico is, oh, that's just Democrats. It's not actually Americans.
It sounds very generic.
It does.
And everything gets poll tested, and I get it. It gives you a tired head. But what the polls have continued to show is that you have a favorability rating when it comes to Donald Trump that continues to move up and up and up, and that he is at the highest when it comes to favorability that he's ever been in his entire presidency, this one or the previous one. So just stay the course.
No, you're absolutely
just keep
right.
doing what you're doing.
But I do find it interesting, Lowe's, how many articles I'm seeing about Trump not being popular and the things that he's doing not being popular. It's like they're writing it hoping someone will believe it.
It's almost wishful thinking.
Yeah, that's right.
Again, it is so hard to find something where 70% of Americans will agree on a commonality. 65% right now think he's doing a good job.
Yeah.
Like that's a large amount. And again, that when we looked at, the polling that we had last week, where it was closer to about 57, 60%. And then even on the low end, the polls were 52%.
Yeah.
The people think he's doing a really good job of what he's doing.
And I wouldn't have seen this article because it was lower when I went to Politico to find it. It was lower down. It was below the fold, if you will. And the reason I saw it is because Elon Musk quote tweeted it. And he was kind of poking fun because they're talking about, well, Elon's going to have all this personal private information for American citizens. And Elon was like, if I wanted their information, I own PayPal. There's 429 million people who use it.
True.
How many Americans are in that fold, do you think? But I mean, there are 320 million Americans. So technically, and I don't know this, but technically every American accounted for could be using PayPal, and they would still have 1 million to go.
It's not that I can play it because I saw the audio last night and there's way too much cursing. But there was a young black man, I would say probably like 24, 25, in the front of his car.
I saw it too.
Flat out telling you about, again, your data, your PayPal, all this information. He's like, Elon Musk is the richest dude in the world.
Yeah.
He ain't looking for your minus $3.30 that you have in your account.
No, dude. And what benefit is it to Elon Musk to know your private information? Like, what is it going to benefit? How is he going to benefit from it? I mean, I guess Google uses, and that's the other thing. Google has every piece of information. I bet Google, and this is just me speculating, I bet Google has your social security number. I bet they have your home address, your phone number, all your email
I just assume it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The amount of times that I have signed in and entered my personal information when I'm on my home PC, countless.
All your credit card numbers? Every one of them, because how many times do you buy things, and if you're using, like, let's say the Chrome browser, it says, do you want me to save your credit card information? And for a long time, I said no, and then finally, I gave in.
You broke
like,
down, okay, fine.
It is easier.
Save my information.
One click, buy, done. So the point is, they already have everybody, all these companies, all have your personal information. So it's funny to see Politico just melt down, just in chaos and concern for your private information. But I've not seen them bring that up any other time. I've not seen them talk about it with Google or Facebook, Meta. I've not seen them bring it up any other time except right now when it's convenient.
The amount of times that we've been living through in the last week and a half as we've seen Doge go into action, and I think that's been the primary initial defense is you've got to protect your information. Again, serving at the feet of the president, I mean, you have essentially presidential powers. You've been assigned this role by the United States president. If you do not believe that the United States president is able to look into the records of what is going on around the country, which might include your information, all right, if you don't believe that, well, then you're in the dark about what's actually going on in this country. And Elon Musk assumes every single power that Donald Trump has in this regard.
And I'm not one of those guys that said, be willy-nilly about your private information, but I'm under no illusion that it's not been hijacked by everybody. It's
so valuable.
So valuable. John Fetterman, who lately has gotten a bunch right, but he was citing this Politico article, which is what got Elon Musk's attention. And Elon, because basically John Fetterman said, well, this is chaotic and these people were, not doing the right thing. And he was kind of slamming Doge. And Elon points out in this article, hey, man, just want you to know that there are currently 2 people in the United States of America collecting Social Security that are older than the country. There's 2 people. One that's 240 years old or 250 years old, and one's 255 or some crazy number. Let's see if I can get it pulled up here in front of me. But that's what. So we're talking about Doge going through trying to take care of what's happening when it comes to just wasteful spending. Dude, there's 3.5 million people that are collecting Social Security that are 150 years old.
And what was found, so many of these people are overseas. We just don't keep eyes on them. And yet, at 150 years old, sort of, they're still drawing this money.
So a little later, you referenced.
We'll get into all the windows of ages and money.
Stephen Miller just lists it all out, and then we can go through the, like Los was saying, the pages. You would not believe. There's 2 people. I mean, I want to say it again, and I know it's repeating myself, but think about it. There's 2 people in America collecting Social Security that are older than the United States of America. It's unbelievable, dude. What?
Sounds impossible unless it's a good time to be a vampire in America.
Yeah, no kidding. Or somebody that is really good at lifting your money. When we come back, everyone's least favorite 3-letter agency is losing 15,000 employees. Couldn't happen to a better group. Next on Xtra 106.3. The Kimmer Show is only on Xtra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Here are the Democrats trying to pretend they're all together, chanting about their new song to take over America again.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
The side of your own. That's the Democrat Party.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Are you tired of dealing with loud, ugly, drafty garage doors? Do you have certain rooms in the house that you can't keep cool in the summer or warm in the winter? Hi, I'm Dan Watkins with All 4 Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Now is a great time to upgrade with brand new, efficient, quiet, and beautiful garage doors. Your garage door is the biggest opening in your home, which is why it's such an important part of your home's curb appeal and energy efficiency. Give us a call today at 770-517-7078. Get started today by visiting us at all4seasonsgarages.com.
Have you thought about securing your hard-earned assets? Do you have concerns about the future? Protecting assets is crucial, and that's where Nelson Elder Care Law excels. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we provide absolute assurance and peace of mind through our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust, tailored services in estate planning, probate administration, Medicaid crisis solutions, guardianship, and conservatorship. Our goal is to exceed your expectations and empower informed decisions. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com for asset protection and peace of mind.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on the station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at OurRealSuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Atlanta? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Atlanta for free. That's right. We'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. Atlanta is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Atlanta and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Good morning. These are your headlines for Tuesday, February 18th. 2025. A winter weather advisory has been issued for several counties in the northern Georgia mountains. The advisory will take into effect as of 1 o'clock on Wednesday until 1 a.m. on Thursday for the following counties: Catoosa, Chattooga, Dade, Dawson, Fannin, Floyd, Gilmer, Gordon, and Lumpkin, among others. Snow accumulation of half an inch are likely in the areas, but the highest elevations may see up to an inch. Atlanta-based Delta Airlines has activated its Passenger Inquiry Center for family and loved ones of the customers involved in Monday's plane crash in Canada. The center lets them connect with Delta for more information on the crash. They said the Delta flight 4819 flew out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, St. Paul International Airport and crashed as it landed in Toronto around 2:30 yesterday afternoon. No fatalities were reported. The search for an Atlanta teacher who disappeared at Lake Oconee continues on now its 11th day today. The Georgia Department of Natural Resources, wardens, and trained volunteers like the Emergency Dive Response Team and others are searching the lake for Westminster teacher and head coach Gary Jones. Thus far, only his wallet has been found. With your headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Did you see Kim all dressed up in his tuxedo?
Tuxedo?
Yeah, for Flounder's wedding.
Oh.
I literally just saw it 5 minutes ago. And
can we talk about the elephant in the room? I mean, I get it's a small wedding.
Yeah. That we didn't get invited? Was that it? But nobody wants to go to a wedding. Who wants to go to a wedding?
No, it's not that I want to go to a wedding. I just want to say no to invites.
Right.
But I'm not crazy about doing anything. I mean, if JoJo was to move into an apartment and say, hey, I have an apartment warming party, there's probably a 5% chance that I would show up. But I just appreciate the invite.
Right.
And then I would send a gift.
Right. Yeah, I get that.
And that's the reason why.
It just doesn't bother me whatsoever, man, because I'm afraid of the commitment of having to go. I don't want to go to a wedding.
All right. So there's this thing called the internet. And the internet has a thing called a registry. And all you do is you make 3 clicks and you say,
pick out, I'll take that, check out, pay now, done.
I bought you spoons.
Yeah.
So that for the rest of time, you can always tell Flounder that spoon that you're eating off of.
Guess who paid for that?
Guess who took care of that?
That's right. I did.
Just so you know, the cowards care for you so much that we got you spoons. But because you didn't get an invite, which means you didn't buy the spoons.
That's right. No, you're right.
Like
but I'm still willing to buy the spoons. If they'll send me the link, I'm still willing to buy. Like, I would do that in lieu of having to go to the wedding.
Okay, exactly. We talk about this on a regular basis.
So we're saying the same thing, just from different,
because
different entrance points.
People would rather spend their money than spend their time.
Absolutely. My time is valuable.
Right. I would have sent Flounder and his lovely wife an air fryer. But now, there's no air fryer.
No, there isn't.
Because there was no invite.
But like I said.
And I wouldn't have gone because, I mean, obviously I was at a tournament the whole time. Yeah. Exactly.
No,
I had stuff to do. But I still would have appreciated the invite because I want the power to say no, but then I want the power to send something cool.
See, yeah, okay, I got you. My thing is...
Brother had a PS5 on his registry. Brother would have a PS5 coming his way.
I got him hooked up. No,
and here's marriage.
I'm afraid. I like, the worst thing I ever get is an invite to something. I'm like, oh, God. Like, how do I say no? Because I don't want to go. I don't care what it is. I don't want to go. You know what I mean? I feel like all I do is run and work and chase, and when finally I have some time off, I just want to be at home. Like Saturday, we had nothing going on, and we did absolutely nothing.
Bottle of wine, bottle of liquor with a bow.
Did that, yeah, we did do a bottle of wine,
and then you're good
at home.
Or spoons,
or whatever,
or candlesticks,
or towels.
What is it from Bull Durham? Oh, candlesticks are always a nice touch.
Yeah, right.
Buy him candlesticks.
Yeah,
you're fine.
Yeah, that's the only thing. That's the only thing we disagree on. Everything else we come together on. I don't want the invite.
Just so JoJo knows, you put in, now you're going to have to get married, JoJo, because a housewarming party is not like you'll get a bottle of liquor.
Yeah.
But if you get married, air fryer.
You
JoJo.
and Cassandra. But
air fryer.
Joe,
or PS5.
On my invite, say, Tug, I know you don't want to come, but here's the link to the registry.
Right.
And you probably don't want me there anyway. You know, I mean, I feel certain of that, right?
No, you can come if you want.
Damn it! That's what I'm afraid of.
You just got to sit in the back.
That's what I'm afraid of. I don't want to go. I don't want to go to a wedding.
But that means you just have to get him a better gift.
I'm fine with that. I'm down with that. Yeah. I love that. I'm just afraid.
Can't make it. I paid for a portion of your honeymoon.
Yes. Well, I don't know if I can afford that.
Well, I mean, there are people that
I was expecting the whole honeymoon from Tug.
Well,
I have expensive taste, too.
Uncle Tug's got a son in college.
That's right.
You have to wait till he's after he's done.
Your daddy's the financial advisor. Ask him. Maybe he can foot that bill. I'm not a financial advisor. You know what I do for a living.
I don't know. I think you owe me.
All right.
I think you owe me.
I'm just not sure about
He does owe you.
I'm not so sure about this. I'm not so sure about this. Yeah, look, PS5 maybe. You know, air fryer definitely. You know.
I have an air fryer.
Okay, well, you get a better one.
But I don't have a PS5, so there we go.
Let me ask you this. Do you have an ice maker? Because True Wealth is your own individual ice maker.
Fancy,
especially when it's the soft.
I know. I keep telling my wife.
Pellet ice?
Yep. I was like, new house, ice maker. And everyone I kept saying this around, because I of all people, it was Jesse Kelly that brought it up. And I already had my ice maker break downstairs in the basement. And I was like, dude, you don't know that you're already speaking to me. Like, I'm the person who's been talking about an ice maker for the longest amount of time. And then when I told everybody, the sign of true wealth is your own individual small pellet, wonderful ice maker.
Yeah.
I went to a friend's house. They're on our volleyball team, our younger team. Dude has a home in the manor. I'm guessing probably $4 or $5 million.
Easy. What
does he have in the basement?
A KitchenAid 15-inch wide, 25-pound pellet ice maker.
Thank you.
$2,378 on Build.com.
I don't know if it's that expensive. I will tell you.
If it's got a $5 million house, it is.
I will tell you that they have a 3-story rock climbing wall in the house, so they have an ice maker to go along with it.
They definitely have the KitchenAid. They're not going for the small one you sit on the counter that you can get on Amazon for $1.39 or $4.99.
Stop buying German cars. Buy ice makers.
I'm with
Real wealth. Ice makers.
It's hard to argue that. So we got invited to this very cool ranch it's in the corner where North Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina all come together. So there's actually mountains in South Carolina. Most people I don't think realize that but it's where it all comes together. And these people have a ice maker just like the one we're talking about. And this place has its own casino. It's got its own shooting range. It's got its own bowling alley. And all that's cool. You know what's the most impressive out of anything else? Is the ice maker. The soft pellet ice maker. That's what everybody talks about anytime we go up there. That's what has everybody's attention.
You want to impress everybody in your neighborhood?
It is the truth.
Soft pellet ice maker.
And the kids will be like, I can't wait to go to the Medina's house because they got that soft pellet ice maker. That's everybody. I'm telling you. Until you have a basement ice maker this one
in the freezer that does not work, that's when you recognize just how well-to-do you are when you have a wonderful ice maker.
404-741-1230. If there's something that gives you the impression that somebody is loaded more than the soft pellet ice maker, I don't know what it is. You'd have to tell me.
Working for the government and Doge fires you.
Yes, that's right.
There you go. I beat you to that first one.
Yeah, that's right.
Who's more comfortable?
Not anymore. And the beauty of this is that the American people are behind Donald Trump on all this. Completely behind him. That's exactly what we voted for. And you hear the folks in the mainstream media and the liberals and the Democrats, they're whining and crying, defending. He put them in a position where they defend waste, fraud, and abuse because that's all they can do. They have no other tactic. I talked about it last week with the Democrat Governors Organization, whatever that's called, where they all get together on a Zoom call. And the only thing they came up with was reject him. No matter what he says, you go the opposite way. If he says, like Los would make fun of this, if he says, I'm against Al-Qaeda, the Democrat Association of Governors in America is for Al-Qaeda. That's how drastic this is. But the American people are in complete agreement and alignment with Donald Trump.
Donald Trump's favorability rating is actually higher than it ever was the first time around. Let me ask you, a recent poll by Marquette looked at several of the things that he has done or says that he is going to do, and 63% favor federal government's recognition of only two sexes, 60% favor deporting immigrants who entered the United States illegally, 60% favor expanding oil and gas production, 59% favor declaring an emergency at the southern border. Is there anything you are seeing that Trump is doing that you are in favor of, that you think is the right thing?
Let me say, as it relates to all of those issues, we're just at the beginning.
I have no idea what his response is. We're just at the beginning. Beginning of what? Well, at the beginning of the administration, I get that part. But what does that mean? That you're going to continue opposing everything he does, even though every one of those things that were wrapped off by a commentator on ABC? One of the most leftist outlets. So you're going against everything they're saying, and your response is, well, it's just getting started. That's when you have nothing to say. It's when you're in complete disarray.
They really need a wild misstep right now because everything that is going on is so populist in nature that when they argue it, they realize they're digging their own graves. They need some monumental mistake made by the Trump administration that people can point to and say on the other side and say, look, we told you they didn't know what they're doing. But as of now,
it ain't happened.
You gave a billionaire 4 years to plan and to put the right people around him. And so far, there are no weird, crazy mistakes. Even if, let's say, Elon Musk and Doge was to cancel a contract or a DEI program or something where somebody was like, oh my God, you just cost these people that happen to be saving children in some third world country their jobs. It's so strong right now that the American public go, they probably didn't need our help anyway.
Or how much money have we sent so far and how much progress has been made?
It has not improved anything. It's the old Sam Kinison bit.
You talk about the people in the desert?
Why don't you move to where the food is? That's you see what's right here? This is called sand.
That's right.
Nothing grows here.
In the sand. Move to where the food is.
It's like we're going to spend our money to move you to where the food is instead of you living out in the sand.
Yeah, because it's true. How many billion?
Write that down, JoJo. Sam Kinison,
What year was that?
World hunger.
It had to be early because he died in the mid-90s?
It's like mid-'80s when he goes on his entire rant about living in the sand.
I love it.
It's like, I know how to fix world hunger.
Yeah.
Get some moving trucks.
Move to where the food is.
Move to where the food is.
Brilliant observation for sure.
For 1,000,000 years, this is called sand. It's always going to be sand.
It's not changing anytime soon. Another thing that's really popular with the American people is firing 15,000 employees of the IRS, the least favorite of the three-letter agencies.
I mean, if you had private industry, if we heard that 15,000 people were being laid off from Delta or Coca-Cola or Amazon or Microsoft or you name it, automotive, Kia, that's a damn tragedy.
Yeah,
we'd be like, oh my God, here's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
When you draw all of your money from the private sector, as much as everyone, oh my God, what's going to happen with this? I was thinking about it in these terms. All right, the cool part about radio, and we have radio professionals that are all over this room, all right? What we do is we provide a product to you for free. We have sponsors that are trying to get their product in front of you. They pay us, our consumers, for free, end up deciding to call those companies, and they then purchase their goods. And so there's this roundabout circle that goes on of commerce. It's how it goes. Everybody ends up making out as long as everyone's taking care of their business. What happens when you don't produce a product or service and you're the government? Then what happens is the money's being taken from the private sector, sent over to these people. Now, those people get to be consumers, and every dollar they siphoned out of the private sector is one less dollar the private sector has. We don't take from the private sector in this way. In fact, we give them our product for free.
And it's being consumed at a record rate.
Yes.
Because you're listening, and we appreciate you more than you'll ever know. I mean, listening times are about 33 minutes, which is about 3 times any other station in Atlanta, including the behemoth, the one that we all listened to, WSB, back in the day. Of course, nobody listens anymore.
The time spent listening to this radio station is gargantuan compared to almost everybody else in the market.
I want to go back just a second about those 15,000 employees at the IRS. My wife's watching The Chosen, which is it's on Amazon Prime, but there was an app. It's all about Jesus and the apostles all the way up to the crucifixion. And there was a character, one of the disciples, Matthew, and his dad disowns him because he's a tax collector. This is not a new idea of not liking people that take your money away. It's exactly right. I mean, it goes back to biblical dates. But as soon as we started talking about 15,000 employees losing their job and nobody being upset about it, it goes all the way back to Matthew in the Bible.
And the argument comes from the other side. Well, what happens when they're having to draw on welfare? It's the same thing we talked about in a previous hour. They're not getting their full salary. When this happens, and granted, some will get 2 months. Maybe 3 because it's the government. So, yeah, we'll let you sit in your butt for 3 months, and then if you want to draw unemployment, then get out and compete. And that's all. And if you were so incredibly good at what you were doing before, then you won't have a problem with this. In fact, one woman who had a tweet about how, she was now not able to have her job and Doge had gotten rid of her, and this is what she was doing. I just said, baby girl, you don't recognize that you will soon be a captain of industry because you are so incredibly talented. We're going to see what happens from here.
I mean, because
I know you're going to beat everybody in the private sector because you have been conditioned to compete.
I bet the folks at Ernst & Young be waiting on your resume.
Oh, can't wait. They're sitting back like, bring it on in, girl. Let's go.
The folks at PricewaterhouseCoopers, I bet they're like, hey, man, we could use some really good accountants. We could use somebody that's good at collecting money. Come on, send your resume and let's see how it compares.
Except the IRS does it with a letter in the barrel of a gun.
That's exactly right. And those other 2 companies do not. They're just banging on your door. Come here. I got something I need to talk to you about. If you don't talk to us about it, we're going to put you in jail. 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. Me and Joe Virgin River both have Subarus from Subaru of Gwinnett in our home. And we enjoy them. My wife drives the one that we own. She loves it. All right, when we continue, remember before Trump when Dems were all about Doge? Next on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Despite 23 points and 10 boards from Asa Newell, the UGA basketball team couldn't hang on to the Missouri Tigers as they lost 74-87 in Athens. This marks the Dogs' third loss in a row and only their third loss at home. The Dogs have 5 more games left before the SEC tournament, and they face number 1 Auburn next. And the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets won in overtime against Cal 90-88. Bay Ndongo had his career best game with 26 points, 13 boards, and a tip-in at the buzzer to win the game. The Jackets now stand with a 13-13 record and play Boston College next. Extra 106.3 Sports, I'm Jerry Payne.
Its technology is not just intelligent, it's thoughtful. Its cabin is not just spacious, but sensuous and stylish. It's indulgent yet versatile. And its electrified performance can energize you with every drive. Get an exceptional offer on the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLC 300 SUV for just $559 per month for 39 months with $48.73 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta Sandy Springs through February 28th, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 3 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffers from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. We provide testosterone replacement therapy, the P-shot, and treatment for ED, PE, and Peyronie's disease. There's not just one therapy that can solve these complex issues. When you visit our clinic, you're going to see me. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. 404-777-1911. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. 404-777-1911. Online at tbtofga.com.
True Prep on Cobb Parkway is your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies, including freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid, and more. They also have a large selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo at the lowest prices around. They're locally owned and operated, and you can visit their store in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or online at trueprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind the businesses and organizations that are vital to the growth of the state. Organizations like Georgia Tech.
Jay, why don't you tell us about the Fanning Center, named after Southern Company CEO Tom Fanning?
It's an over $85 million project, fully funded by our donors and supporters of Georgia Tech Athletics. Certainly would be remiss without thanking Tom and all his generosity that made that building possible. It'll feature everything from a dedicated sports science center, which will make us best in class in motion capture, injury prevention, injury recovery. There's a huge focus on strength and conditioning and integration with sports technology. There's also space for sports medicine, recovery, mental health, which is a big focus for us in taking care of our student athletes, and then a big footprint for our football program, from offices to team spaces, meeting rooms, etc. That'll be best in class.
To learn more about how Georgia Power is helping businesses big and small, visit georgiapower.com and tune in all year to discover how they're powering the future of Georgia. Did you miss Neil Bortz?
I am shocked.
Don't worry. He's live anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Oh, that radio show.
Did traffic cause you to miss some of the Kimmer Show? Get it on the app.
It's all the kids talk about on Monday at school.
With anytime show replays from the Kimmer, Bortz, the Morning Extra, Clay and Buck, and so much more. Plus local headlines and breaking news. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Tug and Los is 10 on the Morning Extra. Anytime I get in the doors at 6:47, it makes me smile.
Yes, works for me.
Yeah, so it's hard not to love Jimmy Morrison in the Doors. My favorite Doors song, Alabama song. Ooh. My wife, however, it creeps her out. She was like, it's like a creepy carnival. And I was like, exactly. That's the whole point.
I'm more of Love Me Two Times.
No, which is great.
But
I mean, there's nothing
you
they
can't
did
beat
that
this
wasn't
song.
great. Oh, my gosh.
Eyes on the road, your hands upon.
Dude, we can do a sing-along. We can do
Someone's
karaoke.
driving right now and just nodding their head.
Yeah, they're
Going
like,
a
this
little
is what I
too
needed.
fast.
Yep, this is what I needed. They're like, man, I don't know if I'm going to make that 7 a.m. meeting. You will now.
My 21st birthday, this was the theme song.
I had a boy. You know how to live.
There you
My
go.
21st birthday, I was sitting off the coast of Greece on a warship and thinking,
Just looking at that toilet with a toothbrush going, man, maybe I made the wrong decision.
that's right. I got to clean it again. And on my birthday, good. But no, it was.
But it's my birthday.
That was right. They were like, okay, good. Clean it better.
Thank you, sailor.
That's right. Clean it better then. Do something good for your birthday. Clean it better than you normally do. And I did. I think I cleaned more toilets when I was in the Navy. That's what I did the most of. I cleaned more toilets than anything else. But I look good in the old dress blues. You know.
There you go.
It caught my wife's attention.
You hooked a wife.
That's right. Absolutely right.
You made love to men.
Well, but she doesn't know about that.
Hold on.
She doesn't know about that part. Right. Morning Extra. I want to take you back. And this was in Bill Clinton's days in the White House. Did you realize, could you have known that Bill Clinton was such a fan of Doge? He was like the precursor to Doge. Doge didn't even have a name when Bill Clinton was getting after it.
First, I am ordering a reduction of the federal bureaucracy by at least 100,000 positions over the next 4 years. At least 10% of these cuts must come from senior management. These cuts will make our government more efficient and more effective. The government is full of dedicated people whose hard work is being choked off by our own bureaucracy. Second, I'm ordering each federal department and agency to reduce its administrative as opposed to its program cost by 12% over the next 4 years. With better planning and innovation, we can make better use of the money we already have. In many agencies, overhead is too high, red tape is too thick, and the day-to-day operations of the agencies have not been re-examined in a very long time. I am today ordering the elimination of hundreds of unproductive and duplicative advisory commissions that have spread across this government like kudzu. I'm asking the Office of Management and Budget to eliminate at least 1/3 of the 700 advisory boards and commissions that were not created by Congress. From now on, agencies and departments will not be allowed to create new commissions without permissions from OMB. We simply cannot allow the federal bureaucracy to beget more bureaucracy. We have run a horrendous government deficit. The deficit is now 4 times as big as it was in 1980.
And since then, it's done nothing but grow like kudzu. I'll use his example. It has grown like kudzu. And so what did it sound like he was trying to do? It sounded like he was trying to cut back government waste, fraud, and abuse, affectionately known as Doge these days.
Well, as he points out, things that are under the purview of the executive branch, that is what they're looking to do. As he said, things that have been created by Congress, those are going to essentially remain, and then they will have oversight over what they're up to as well. There is nothing that is going on right now that presidents have not talked about doing for the better part of 30, 35 years, but most of them wouldn't touch. It was you pay lip service to this stuff.
Right, you talk about it. You weren't really going to do it.
Exactly.
You had no desire to actually do it. Now, the executive has said, you know what? It's time. It really is time, and I'm really going to do it. Bill Clinton, George Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, y'all all talked about it. I'm really going to do it. Now, back then, he was going to get rid of 100,000 jobs. That was his number, 100,000 jobs in the federal government.
I mean, we had 14,000 that left USAID, and everyone's like, oh, my God, what are you doing?
We're going to get outside and protest and tell you how bad that this is for America.
14,000 is nothing in comparison to what Bill Clinton was talking about.
Yes, he said 100,000. He signed an executive order eliminating 100,000 jobs. And I don't remember when that interview was played live on C-SPAN, I don't remember anybody jumping and screaming and hollering and acting a fool. They were like, yeah, probably needs to happen.
We need to go outside and protest.
And it wouldn't even cross their mind. And it's funny, Americans, actual Americans, feel the exact same way today as they did then. You're not seeing actual Americans out protesting. You're seeing bureaucrats. You're seeing Democrat politicians, the people that are getting their hands greased by all of this bureaucracy that grew like kudzu, as Bill Clinton said. They're the only ones yelling and screaming. The polling reflects the Americans' desire for this exact thing to happen.
I wonder how many Americans are jaded in the way I am, in that I know enough people that have worked within the federal government where, man, it just sounds cushy.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds like the easiest job around. What time you want to show up is, we'll get around to it. You got every other Friday, if not every Friday off. It's basically a 4-day work week. And then even if you decide, I guess I'll show up into the office, nobody is really paying attention to you.
Because nobody's there to pay attention to you.
There's no one that is tracking just how much you're trying to get done. Like, that's not typical.
That's not real. It's not real life. And for the better part of, like you said, 35 years, maybe longer, that's what it's been. Just this, you can't lose your job. You can spend as much money. I mean, it's limitless amounts of money because the American people will just give you more.
And then,
right.
In my experience, again, other people have had other different experiences, and I talked about the difference in my father-in-law versus some of my friends who work with the government. They couldn't be more polar opposite in terms of like their service to the country and how they looked at it. But the friends of mine who treated it as, well, I got the education to get this job, so I'm entitled to all this stuff.
Yeah.
So what, you're entitled to only work 4 days a week? Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I work for the federal government.
Right. That's the way it works.
And I'm the one who went and got this education to do it.
It's like those people when Elon Musk bought Twitter and changed the name to X. Remember the cries, the outcry that they had? They're like, I come in, I make my coffee, and then I sit around and we play foosball for a couple hours. You know, they
laid out their day.
Disbelief, but they were in disbelief. They did do that, but they were in disbelief that it was changing. Like, I understand that nobody likes change, right? I mean, change is hard. It's whatever. But the only thing that stays the same is that everything changes. I don't understand how people don't finally get a grip on this. Just embrace. The good book says you are supposed to embrace the tough stuff. That's the thing that, and look, I'm having to learn that myself. And I've been really trying in the last 6 months when things are difficult just to embrace it instead of whine about it, instead of complain about it. Embrace it. And it's hard to do. And those people, most of them probably don't care about much what the good book says, but that's the way
I spent the better part of 20 years where I worked for radio companies that said, midday or afternoon drive, which one would you like? I'm like, oh, this sounds really great. It's only been the last 3.5 years. It's like, you're doing morning drive. I'm like, what?
Yeah, right. You're getting up at 4 a.m.
Right. Total change of attitude. And these people were told you have to come back to the office, and they complained.
Oh, my. It's just... I think most people look at it and go, what? This is real life, man. Well, welcome to real life, I suppose. I didn't know I had to reintroduce you to it, but we will. 74 lawsuits have been filed by Democrats to keep you from knowing the truth. Next on the Morning Extra.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home. By the way, the only music I want to hear when you think about the Air Force is Ride to the Valkyries played on loudspeakers attached to attack helicopters.
Dun, 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 dun. I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
By the way, that is a very distinctive odor.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hey, homeowners, it's Flounder, and I'm here to keep you warm. Well, I won't, but my friends at Dobbs Heating and Air will. As a new homeowner myself, I prefer working with local, family-owned companies who value what matters to me and treats my home like it's their own. The Dobbs family have a passion for what they do, and taking care of people is their primary goal. So if your home needs help staying warm right now, call Dobbs Heating and Air and experience the Dobbs difference. And check them out online at dobbshvac.com.
Hey, it's Mike with Atlanta Painting Company. We invite you to transform your home. Our expert team brings color to life with top quality paints and flawless finishes, and leading the industry with our color consultants. Whether it's a fresh coat of paint for one room or an entire exterior makeover, the Lana Painting Company has you covered. So, trust the local pros for reliable, professional service when you need to revive your home or business. Find us at AtlantaPaintingCompany.com or call us at 1-800-PAINTING. That's AtlantaPaintingCompany.com. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Attention Warriors, are you a veteran ready to navigate to success after service? Tune in to the Warrior Alliance Network. Join us as we spotlight inspiring stories, provide essential resources, and connect you with a community dedicated to empowering veterans. From career advice to health and wellness tips, the Warrior Alliance Network is your go-to hub for post-service success. Tune in Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. on Xtra 106.3. Join us on the mission, the Warrior Alliance Network, where warriors thrive together. Visit us at thewarrioralliance.org for more information.
Bullet points. I'm Eben Brown. The idea of tax-free guns and ammo is apparently catching on. Florida is considering a special holiday from sales taxes on firearms and ammunition. Governor Ron DeSantis is already dubbing it the Second Amendment Summer. And the sales tax holiday, as theorized, would run from Memorial Day through Independence Day. Many Second Amendment advocates would find this appropriate. And now Georgia state lawmakers are considering something similar. A bill is filed in the Georgia State Senate that would create an 11-day-long sales tax holiday each October that would exempt purchases on guns and ammo, but also accessories like scopes and magazines, barrels, and the like. Those who support such tax holidays agree they encourage more law-abiding people to exercise their constitutional rights while giving the firearms retail industry, which often includes small business dealers, a bit of a surge in business. And those are your bullet points. I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. Every year around President's Day, a senator takes to the floor and reads George Washington's farewell address. The speech's full title is The Address of General Washington to the People of America on His Declining the Presidency of the United States. It was first published on September 19, 1796, just weeks before the presidential election that year. An initial draft of the letter was written with the help of James Madison in 1792. However, Washington decided to seek a second term. He worried that growing tensions that had erupted in his own cabinet would further divide the public and tear the country apart. Washington revisited the speech toward the end of his second term. He asked for help from his Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton to craft the remarks and bid goodbye to the public. The tradition of reading the farewell address began in the Senate on February 22, 1862. The goal was to boost morale during the Civil War. Since 1896, sitting members of both parties have been selected to deliver the address on or around February 22nd in honor of George Washington's birthday. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
The U.S. and Russia are talking. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. For the first time since the Ukraine invasion nearly 3 years ago, trying to find an end to the war, NATO leader Mark Rutte tells Fox,
we have to get to a deal which is strong. China is watching, others are watching, but it has to be strong and lasting and enduring.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is leading the U.S. delegation in the talks with Russia in Saudi Arabia. Ukraine's not part of it. President Volodymyr Zelensky says he won't accept the peace deal if they are not involved.
The president's Ukraine envoy, Keith Kellogg, is also expected to meet with Zelensky in Ukraine this week. Kellogg says no one will impose a deal on a sovereign country and also says regarding the ongoing meeting, it just was not possible or realistic to have everyone sitting at the table.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. Amid all the Trump federal worker layoffs and attempts to slash spending, the Department of Government Efficiency is working to get access to IRS tax systems. There are anti-Doge protests in several cities, and Elon Musk, who runs Doge, tells Fox's Hannity in an interview that'll run tonight.
They call it like Trump derangement syndrome, and you don't realize how real this is until you can't reason with people.
There are several legal challenges to Doge, one filed by Democrats in 14 states.
Federal Judge Tanya Chutkin heard arguments over Elon Musk and his Doge team's access to federal data. Chutkin did seem skeptical about the state's argument, explaining that for her to issue a temporary restraining order, there needs to be imminent harm. Critics worry because that system contains sensitive taxpayer information.
Fox's Mike Emanuel. Why That's the big question in Toronto. The day after a Delta Connection flight flipped over when landing, coming in from Minneapolis. The wings were torn off. The passengers left dangling upside down. 18 were injured, but Toronto Airport CEO Deborah Flint says
there was no loss of life. And this is in due part to our heroic and trained professionals, our first responders.
In Kentucky's flooding disaster, it's up to 12 deaths now. America's listening to Fox News.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You may know Bortz is back, but not everyone else does. Tell anyone who loves America, Bortz is back on the radio in Atlanta, and his new home is Extra 106.3. Listen to him now on the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los, I don't have a lot of money to buy things at auction. You know, you see something that you think is cool, like
except that painting that you saw, and you were like, yes, I almost have it.
I almost have this Van Gogh. Yeah, no, but it's kind of like that. The thing that I just ran across, it was a Van Gogh that you bought. You're right, exactly. It was $8 versus $800,000 or $8 million. Yeah, exactly. This is a letter written by George Washington, and it's him stating to, I guess, his generals, the confidence he had in everyday Americans to fight and win the Revolutionary War. It's been put up for sale. And this thing's, I was surprised that, I don't have $150,000.
I was about to say $100,000?
$150,000. Yeah. And it was written from, Morristown in May of 1777. And I just want to see it.
That's pretty cool.
I don't want to. I love to own it. I don't have that kind of money, so it's not even but I just want to see it. It's like the first time. Have you ever been to D.C.?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's there probably about 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah. We went up when my son was in 8th grade. It was the summer trip. You go up and you hit all the memorials and you go to, see the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. And I got to tell you, I was taken back when I saw the Constitution because I'd never seen it before. I pledged to support and defend it when I joined the Navy, but I'd never actually physically seen it, and it was moving. And I would imagine seeing this letter before the Constitution was even written, and George Washington saying, I believe we can win this war. Like that confidence. That makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Man, I'd be ready to run through a wall. I read this.
I'm a history nut as it is. So, yeah, I did the same thing. Like when we went to go see our founding document, I think I spent out of probably let's just say we were there in D.C. for like 3 days. I really needed like 5 days because all I could do was go to one museum after the next. Like I never made some of it. Yes, there were moments where as my wife was like texting me like, "Hey, where are you at?" And I'm like, well, I'm over here at the, Space and Aerosmith or Aero Museum, like whatever it was at the time.
Space Museum, yeah.
And she's like, well, we have to leave to go make dinner. I'm like, I don't need to eat.
I'll eat this. I'll consume this.
Yes, I was loving it.
Dude,
so
me too.
I'm such a nerd about history stuff like that.
And I never got to the Air Museum. I went over to Smithsonian, and it was unbelievable. It's amazing.
So cool.
It's so cool. And
so yeah, you tell me like here's a handwritten letter.
Oh my God, dude!
From General George Washington. I'm in.
So cool. It'd be like seeing I don't know, the handwritten lyrics to like one of my favorite songs that somebody wrote down on the back of a napkin or something.
Oh yeah, on a notepad.
Yeah, just it has that value to me. Obviously George Washington letters much more, but it's that same level of cool that you would attach to like some artist that you have known and loved or listened to your whole life.
No, I'd be in. And again, if I had $100,000 to just throw around, that would be something pretty cool to have in your living room.
No doubt. Just framed right next to the family portrait.
I mean, if Trump can have his mugshot in the Oval Office that you have to pass by on the way in, I can have my George Washington letter.
We haven't spent a lot of time on that. That's badass.
That's pretty kick-ass.
Dude.
Look what they did to me. Look what this country did to me.
This is the ultimate backfire, and I'm in this office maybe because of that picture. Like, that's how powerful this picture was. And to think that it was taken here in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Fonnie Willis's fault.
Amazing and embarrassing at the exact same time.
Yeah.
If it can be both, it is. It's unbelievable. I want you to hear from Representative Tim Burchett from Tennessee. He wants you to know why D.C. is melting down and why all these people are protesting DOJ, these these bureaucrats and these Democrat politicians. Listen to what he says about their panic.
How did we end up where we are?
Well, that's an excellent question. And when you see people here in Tennessee paying 50% of their income to state, federal, and local taxes, through everything else, fees and everything else, and then they see us sending literally billions overseas to our enemies. I've uncovered $40 million going to the Taliban. A guy named Sean Ryan over in Middle Tennessee, former Navy SEAL, podcaster. He and another guy named Legend had brought this to my attention. And, last term, I could not even get the Democrats to bring it up in the Senate. It passed unanimous in the House, not even a question, because they're going to have to admit they made a mistake. And they continuously made a mistake, and they did it on purpose is the worst part about it. And this graph that you're seeing, and that's 100% what it is.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see a paper trail come back to Washington, D.C., and that's why I think a lot of people are nervous, and you'll see a lot of retirements because they are stealing from the American taxpayer, and now they've got their hand caught in the cookie jar, and all they can do is attack Elon Musk.
That's exactly right, and that's why the American people support it almost resoundingly. I mean, the numbers are 60 and 70%. Nobody in America agrees on anything to that level until now.
The question always comes around. How on $170,000 of salary did you turn yourself into a multi-millionaire in the span of 4 years? Were you that good at trading?
Elon Musk would say, we need to take trader tips from you.
Might have to take some trade tips from you. I got to know all about the stocks that you're involved in. No, these people have found a way using your money. I don't care if you're a liberal Democrat. I don't care if you're a crazy communist. I don't care if you're just like me. It's our money that they have been sending out and bringing back in the form of kickbacks and donations. They have been enriching themselves on our own dollars. And the amount of people that are freaking out about this and wondering, is this going to come back to me in a criminal fashion? They're the ones that are sweating this thing out.
And they should be. And I hope they're nervous. The only thing that I would push back on Mr. Burchett, and I think he kind of corrected it toward the end, he said they made a mistake. That's not a mistake. They knew exactly what they were doing the entire time. And that's why Americans are so in favor of this, because they know, you listening right now, that they did it on purpose, that they've been doing this for years. They've been taking care of themselves and anybody else they wanted to grease. They've been doing it on purpose. There's no mistake about it. Now, he did correct himself at the end, saying they knew what they were doing. But as soon as he said mistake, I was like, whoa, Mr. Burchett, as much as I agree with you, it ain't a mistake.
You know how if someone's on the outside of Washington? Take a look at their net worth. Take a look at what it was when they went in and as they're there. And you will recognize the outsiders, the ones that are doing it in a way where they're not playing the game. Like I call it the Fetterman weather vane. All right, which way is the wind blowing on the Fetterman weather vane? That'll tell you where the Democrats, what they should be doing, what they're not. I don't think that John Fetterman's going to leave with $100 million.
I don't either. And I disagree with him on 50%, if not more, but I'm with you. I don't believe that either.
I don't think Lauren Boebert's going to leave with $20 million. I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to leave with $20 million. I just don't. Now, I'll stand corrected if they do, but I can tell you I know the people that are the system disruptors, and they don't get rich in D.C.
The people that have been there for a really long time, they've figured out the game. They know the rules. They know how to play it, and they benefit from it. And they're going to be super pissed at you for voting the way you did if they lose this gravy train. And it's funny because Elon Musk shared that, and we said we'd go through it in a minute. The people that are, listen to this number, Los. There is a person that's collecting Social Security that is between 360 and 369 years old. What? I mean, you're telling me it took Doge and Elon Musk and Donald Trump to notice that there was somebody that's between 360 and 369 years old? Like, what is? I mean, that's like biblical. I mean, that's like what Methuselah. Yeah. I mean, what? How? Why just now? Why how long has this person been collecting? I assume a really long time if they're between 360 and 369 years old.
Well, I mean, that is the price of immortality.
I guess so. Do you straight up sold your soul to the devil if you were 360 years old?
I mean, they actually did find the cup of Christ in the Indiana Jones on Last Crusade, and they've just been enjoying living off the government teat.
Between 240 and 249 years, there's also one person.
How much?
Which is
fraud.
Which is older than the United States of America. The USA is 248. This is a range between 240 and 249. There is one person collecting Social Security. And maybe you push back and go, well, it's just Tug's, just one person. Who cares? It should be zero persons. It should be nobody.
So as of September...
Because nobody's that old, I would like to point out.
As of September of 2024, the oldest person in the world is a Japanese woman. She's 116.
116. Do you know how many people in America... Let's see. She's the oldest person. You just said she's the oldest person.
Living person in the world right now is 116.
Okay, there is between the range of 110 and 119... There are 3.6 million people collecting Social Security between 110 and 119. That woman's the oldest woman on earth. Where are these other 3.6? How come we don't know about them?
By the way,
why are they not getting an expose in Time magazine?
Since we're talking about age and what we can confirm. So Jenna Calmert, now her picture's in black and white because she's older.
Is she 170?
Is the only person whose age has been verified to exceed 120 years old. She died in 1997 at 122 years old.
Do you know how many people right now, Los, are collecting Social Security between 120 and 129? 3.4 million.
Millions.
And you're telling me that's the oldest person that we've recorded?
One verified we've been able to say over 120 years old.
Not 3.4 million. Huh.
Weird.
How did nobody notice this? Or did they completely know it was happening?
Why did the richest man in the world have to bring in him and his goofballs?
Yeah, his nerd crew.
In order to go, hey, guys, why are we paying people that are older than the Constitution?
Why are people...
How did they do this?
I mean, this is nuts. Absolutely nuts. And they want you to believe it. They want you to say, no, we're going to continue this, and there's good reason behind it. Well, what is that good reason?
Would you care to explain? Would you elaborate for me how we have 130 and 140 and 150 years olds?
Cat got your tongue. What's the problem? No, but they'll...
Where is this money going? And please, can I see a picture of this person?
I was told there were dozens of people protesting in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina the other day. The presidency of Donald Trump. Dozens. And I'm sure that's an overinflated number because Myrtle Beach is kind of Donald Trump country. But those people are protesting, and I wonder who they are. Because if they're looking at the same things that you and I are looking at with a good conscience and common sense, you wouldn't be out there protesting unless you were protesting in favor of Donald Trump and what Elon Musk is doing.
So there is a person that I follow on Twitter, in part because her and a couple of these other people I know, I did their podcast like 6 or 7 years ago. It's a college football, Alabama-centric podcast. And this particular person, she's a single mom, giant Alabama fan, never, ever talks about any sort of politics on Twitter. Ever. Like, if she said a peep about anything, that would be the first time.
And you'd be surprised.
She posted a picture of one of these, like, we're getting out today and we're going to protest Elon Musk. She had a picture. It was like 12 people in front of the building she was heading over to. And she said, I'm not sure what they're protesting, but they all look like they need jobs.
Isn't that usually the way it goes?
But this is a common, regular, everyday American who's mocking these people who never says a word about politics.
That's the actual reaction from real people, from real Americans, not bureaucrats, not people that are in the Democrat Party that are, getting this milk and honey like nobody else gets and nobody else can have. Although you got to give credit to people like Sheryl Crow, because she does something that is kind of putting her money where her mouth is. She's like, you know what? I'm so mad at Elon Musk for saving the American people a lot of money. I'm getting rid of my Tesla.
I give Sheryl Crow credit. I do. Because she was so frustrated with everything going on with Doge. She's like, take my Tesla away. I'm going to sell it.
And I'm going to give the money to NPR.
To NPR. I'm going to reinforce NPR with my money. Okay. As much as we might all say, all right, that's leftist thinking, it's NPR, it's what it is. No, credit to Sheryl Crow, because here's the fun part. So when you look at some of the recent additions that you've had within the Trump administration, for instance, when we have now had the focus on crypto, and that's one of the things that you had Donald Trump who talked about, I'm going to focus on crypto. David Sachs is the person they brought in as one of the advisors to this panel. David Sachs was an early investor in Facebook. He also had investment and was also part of the growth of Airbnb. So you had people on the left, as soon as they saw David Sachs' Airbnb, they're talking about, well, I'm going to protest by not ever getting an Airbnb again.
Okay.
What I'm telling you is these people can't Bud Light the way you and I Bud Light.
Right.
All right. They can't do this sort of stuff. They're not capable. They're not able to.
So there's not enough of them.
No, but I give credit to Sheryl Crow. At least she put her feelings and her money where probably her mouth goes. The rest of these people will never be able to protest in this way.
But the one thing she did that she probably didn't take into consideration is show that NPR could be funded privately and not by American taxpayers. That's what I took away from it. The fact that I don't want my money going. Let Sheryl Crow fund NPR. Let people that like NPR fund NPR.
Let them enjoy watching it.
Then put your money where your mouth is, like Sheryl.
She just had to sell her Tesla.
But she needs to do it with regularity. She needs to keep a check going to them because I don't want my check going to them.
No, and it should not be my check. If you're a supporter, and this goes on in the private sector all the time, if you're a supporter of a radio station, you will support that radio station's advertisers, their sponsors.
Which is all we ever ask you to do.
That is all that makes this thing go round. That is what Sheryl Crow did, so congratulations to her. The rest of them who talk about, we're going to boycott this, we're going to support that, we're not going to support this, we're not buying this. Man, their only religion is communism. They'll never stay in solidarity when it comes to anything. You think they're going to drive down the stock price of Airbnb? No.
Do you remember how much hell they raised, though, when people started saying, I'm not buying Bud Light? They're like, oh, they're doing the whole boycott thing. Like they were chiding people for that.
We didn't organize it. We all just decided until you bring back boobs and comedy and guns, I'm not buying Bud Light.
And guess what they did?
Boobs, comedy, well, guns we'll see. But still.
But they got most of it right.
You're right.
Shane Gillis is a funny man.
You think that they hired Shane Gillis on a whim? They're like, we need an everyday dude who, got, as he put it, he got nicked.
Yes, that's
and
right.
It makes it more funny.
That's right. When we continue, the end of media.
What's up with that chi, Danny?
Yeah, that's right. You've been making those at night. Next was story time and front office Los, the end of media. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Van Sant Law. If in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Here are the Democrats trying to pretend they're all together, chanting about their new song to take over America again.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
The side of your own. That's the Democrat Party.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlantis Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth, or they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there, napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans automatic 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. Atlantis Smiles, 404-262-7733. It's AtlantisSmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. AtlantisSmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. AtlantisSmiles.com.
Are you tired of dealing with drafty, inefficient windows? Do you have certain rooms in the house that you can't keep cool in the summer or warm in the winter? Hi, I'm Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons Garage Entry Doors and Windows. It's time to upgrade these old windows. Replace them with double-pane, beautiful, energy-efficient windows. Your new windows will help you regulate a perfect temperature throughout your house. Start saving big money on your energy bills and improve the curb appeal of your home. Give us a call today at 770-517-7078.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on the station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
When you buy a Subaru from Subaru of Gwinnett, you're buying more than a vehicle. You're buying safety for your family, an investment that will hold its value, and something that will last a long time. You're buying trust. For a limited time, celebrate all the 2025 models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, now through March 31st. Whether you're looking to match your adventurous spirit with the 2025 Subaru Outback or lean on the reliability of the 2025 Subaru Forester, Subaru of Gwinnett has the perfect fit for your family. You'll love exploring in the 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, and the 2025 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. Plus, every Subaru model comes equipped with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subaru of Gwinnett has been your hometown dealership for years, and we're proud to be here to help your family find a Subaru to love for years to come. And our award-winning service department is here to ensure you've always got someone to lean on and trust when you need us. Stop in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth and meet our incredible staff, or start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Good morning. These are your headlines for Tuesday, February 18th. 2025. A winter weather advisory has been issued for several counties in the northern Georgia mountains. The advisory will take into effect as of 1 o'clock on Wednesday until 1 a.m. on Thursday for the following counties: Catoosa, Chattooga, Dade, Dawson, Fannin, Floyd, Gilmer, Gordon, and Lumpkin, among others. Snow accumulation of half an inch are likely in the areas, but the highest elevations may see up to an inch. Atlanta-based Delta Airlines has activated its Passenger Inquiry Center for family and loved ones of the customers involved in Monday's plane crash in Canada. The center lets them connect with Delta for more information on the crash. They said the Delta flight 4819 flew out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, St. Paul International Airport and crashed as it landed in Toronto around 2:30 yesterday afternoon. No fatalities were reported. The search for an Atlanta teacher who disappeared at Lake Oconee continues on now its 11th day today. The Georgia Department of Natural Resources, wardens, and trained volunteers like the Emergency Dive Response Team and others are searching the lake for Westminster teacher and head coach Gary Jones. Thus far, only his wallet has been found. With your headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
7 o'clock hour brought to you by the Van Sant Law Group. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. Before we get to story time, be really quick. The folks over on MSNBC, because we keep that on in the studio, it's almost like, I don't know, comic relief a little bit. They're complaining about, right now, the Google change of Gulf of America. They got that in the in the crosshairs.
America.
And then they're complaining, obviously, about Doge.
Wait for spring break 2025, y'all.
There's going to be T-shirts everywhere, and I love it. There's and I do believe there's a reason that he's fighting for this Gulf of America thing. There's a bigger cause behind it, and if you know anything about Donald Trump, you kept up with Donald Trump and his the way he does business and politics. There's always a bigger reason that he does something. He doesn't say anything offhand by chance. It is planned. Everything he does is planned.
Yeah, there's a mentality that is going on with this particular move. And some of this is 4D chess. Sometimes tell you, first administration, not. He's fighting not. Everybody. Definitely fighting his own people. Fighting. Right now, it's like you pointed out, I think this was very astute when you talked about how coaches will script out their first 20, 25 plays in a football game. This is all according to the script.
That's exactly right.
Like the first 60, 90-day script, here's part of what we're doing.
That's right. And it will continue that way. And it's funny, and another thing they're complaining about is the firings at the FAA. And they're like, well, there's all kinds of accidents and things that are happening. And they conveniently leave out that no air traffic controllers were fired, no radarmen were fired. It's only lawyers and people behind the scenes that have nothing to do with the actual operations. So just keep that in your back pocket as you see the meltdown happen today. All right, it's time to get to story time with Front Office Los. It's brought to you by Atlanta Ramjack, your local foundation repair experts. AtlantaRamjack.com. Here on Extra 106.3. We good?
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
Thank you, Ramjack. Thank you, Tug.
You betcha, buddy.
Thank you, Sweet Clean Jerry.
And
thank you,
Sick Joey.
Sick JoJo. Just trying to survive.
Stay far away.
And by the way, congratulations on your new position.
Oh, yeah, man. It was announced yesterday.
The new studio producer of Atlanta Braves, the radio network.
That's big
that's
time.
Where our JoJo is moving on. He's leaving us, and he's going to run the studio production for the entirety of the largest sports network when it comes to an individual team in the country. So congratulations to JoJo.
And feel better soon.
If you get a chance to reach out to him, make sure you congratulate him for all of his hard work. Let's start story time with Ramjack, and thank you to that. Because yesterday, if you saw the incredible video of the plane crash that occurred in Canada, this was a flight that originated out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I saw the video from the interior of the plane. I don't know if you saw this. The guy who had his cell phone out. Guy has his cell phone, and this is when the evacuation of the plane is occurring. And as the crew and the people that are on site are helping people get out of the plane, you know, clearly the plane doesn't look like it looks like it's upside down.
Well, yeah.
He gets out of the plane, he turns around, he's filming it, and all he kept basically saying is, F, bro, I was on this plane. F, bro, I was on this plane.
I'm sure it's shocking.
And the way it looks is if a very talented pilot, perhaps they lost some sort of elevator controls, but they recognize, I got to land this thing on its head. Like, that's a pretty talented pilot. I tell you, landing in the Hudson River, no problem. Landing a plane upside down, different. You're a talented individual. I can't land a plane upside down.
I don't know if I can land a plane anywhere.
I'm pretty sure I can put it in the water.
Okay.
It's no big deal. Want to make a movie about me. Anyway, so considering that occurred, you then had NBC that wanted to take this plane crash that, keep in mind, went under Canadian authority. That's who was in charge of the plane. This is how NBC tried to spin it that it was Donald Trump's fault.
I did want to, underscore, to pick up on the conversation you were just having, though, in terms of the recent string of aviation incidents, Tom. This is going to yet again raise the concern about FAA staffing, air traffic control staffing. Now, this is a Canadian air traffic control tower, and this is under Canadian authority once it crosses the border. And yet, as you know, there has been this talk about maybe staff cuts at the FAA as a part of President Trump's effort to trim down the federal workforce. And yet, as you also know, the FAA has been complaining for years that they are understaffed in critical job positions, especially air traffic control. I was having a conversation with somebody today about whether air traffic control in America is being affected by the staff cuts. So far, not to their knowledge, and yet other positions related to maintaining critical equipment appear to have been cut. So this is going to feed into all of these recent incidents, and the safety of the total air traffic system is going to be very much a part of the conversation as we go forward, at least on this side of the country, of the border, I should say.
So let me get this straight. The plane crosses into Canada. It has an accident. You have some people injured, but everyone survives.
Yeah, 18 injured, I believe.
And yet it's Donald Trump's fault, even though it only has to do with Canadian authorities on that side of the border.
Got to blame somebody, Los.
Because, there was staff cuts. This is where the media is dead. That is pure propaganda, all right? And it got me to thinking as far as this story time. And thank you to Ramjack. It got me to thinking, we have now reached the point where we are post-legacy media. We talk about the importance of X, and we talk about how people consume media now. X is now the largest news site in the entirety of the world. You get your information, you get your analysis, everything now goes through X. And you get it unfiltered. You get both ends of an issue. You will get people that will spin it a certain way to you. You'll also get the opposite side, but you're getting both ends. That's what's different about the media. And it got me to thinking, the media died on June 27th of 2024. That was the last day of the media. Do you recall what you were doing on June 27th of 2024?
If I had to guess, I was
sitting...
sitting...
pickleball.
No, that was probably earlier in the afternoon.
Anybody else? June 27th?
I feel like I was sitting on the couch watching the debate between Trump and Biden.
That's what you were doing.
Okay.
And remember, we were told for the better part of 5 years, and then 4 years with Joe Biden was in office. He's great. Sharp as a tack.
Never been better.
Perfect.
Running laps around me. That's what Joe Scarborough said.
He is awesome. Joe Scarborough told you, F you if you think something different.
That's exactly right.
All right. So I went back, because I was just kind of curious, and you can always go find this on YouTube. I went back to go find what the instant reaction was, the instant analysis. Because remember, Joe basically spent the better part of what was 90 minutes. We were all texting one another like, man, this is bad.
How can this be happening?
How can this be happening?
They've told us everything is great.
They told us everything was great. We spent that morning talking about how they were going to drug cocktail up Joe, and he was going to sound with it. He was going to sound great. We talked about how he's only functional from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., but you're going to hold a debate that's going to start at 9. How bad could this go? All right, I want you to take a listen.
Worse than we ever considered.
Worse than we ever considered.
And we knew it was bad.
Remember, we beat Medicaid. It's like, I think you meant COVID. I think at one point Donald Trump said, I don't know what he just said, and he doesn't know either.
That's right.
Like, that was one of the lines of the debate.
That's right.
I don't know what he just said, and he doesn't know either. I want you to take a listen to Rachel Maddow. This is, as the debate is ending, this is now, all right, we're going to Rachel Maddow. It's MSNBC. Right now, Joe Biden's presidency is on the ropes, and it's not because of us. It's because of his own party. And the legacy media is now hanging on for dear life, recognizing that what you say in probably the next 90 seconds is going to determine whether or not the legacy media survives as a mainstream outlet in this country. Take a listen to Rachel Maddow.
And that is the first presidential debate of the 2024 election cycle at a very unusual time with very unusual format. And I think with probably strange results. I mean, we'll see the response from both sides. But if you're the Biden campaign, I think you wish that this night will be remembered in reverse as the president became sort of stronger, including literally his voice, the strength of his voice over the course of the night, probably peaking towards the very, very end of the debate. For the Trump campaign, I think it's fair to say it was the inverse. President Trump, just in terms of his coherence and finishing a sentence and seeming to be in control of his own emotions, started off as strong as he was. The strongest point for him was at the very beginning of the debate. And then over the course of the night, he became less coherent and more visibly flustered.
If anyone sat through that, that's Rachel Maddow giving you the company line of how do I cover for what I have just seen, the Hindenburg disaster. It seems the balloon popped, but everyone's okay.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Move along.
Everything's fine.
Yes.
Don't worry about it. That giant flaming turd that is falling from the sky, there's nothing to see here. That is the night the legacy media died. So when you have NBC blaming Donald Trump for a plane crash in Canada, based on the cuts that they're claiming that are going on. This is why everyone rolls their eyes. This is why no one's paying attention. This is why when they poll and they're like, why is this not working? Why is he more popular than ever? How are we not able to influence these people? It was your own fault.
They don't listen to you anymore.
You did it. You went ahead and told me for 4 years that Joe Biden was the next coming of Einstein. And then when I watched him get up in front of the entirety of the country, he babbled and nearly drooled on himself.
Yeah, it's hard to take what Rachel Maddow said seriously if you watched that debate, because it wasn't anything like she said. Trump seemed strong through the whole thing and pointed out how incoherent and how unprepared, maybe just because it's physical, maybe his dementia kicked it, whatever it is. But she tried to convince you that he got stronger as the night went. I watched the whole debate. I didn't see that.
So they followed that up. There was a follow-up with Joy Reid. And Joy Reid initially talks about how, well, you know, the president does have a stutter. And he had
right.
Remember,
I've forgotten about the stutter.
Now, remember, they also said, well, he has a cold.
Oh, yes, that's right. He may be on cold medication.
And
I remember this.
So
yes.
she tries this for like 25, 30 seconds. And then you just see the air come out of the balloon as she goes, but I'm getting text messages and calls from everybody that's wondering whether or not we should pull him off the ticket. Like, she tried the company line. I'm going to try
and she couldn't even convince herself of saying it.
And then she's like, but this is not going to work any further. But Rachel Maddow, I mean, give credit to Rachel Maddow. There's a reason why they pay her in the way she does. She managed to take that chicken S and turn it to chicken salad as best she could with a straight face.
But you say that, and it's the exact opposite of that, though, Los, because that's, like you said, that's what drove the stake in.
That's why they're dead.
So she kept the company line, but she won the battle but lost the war.
Yes. When you go through that night of all the audio, and it's one, for the most part, Democrat analysis after another, and they're all saying, we're in big trouble. He's not, but she was the one towing the line as the main person on MSNBC. She's going to keep up the fight. That is why the legacy media is dead. So whenever they blame Trump for whatever they want to, blame him for whatever you feel like. No one's listening to you all anymore because of what you did on June 27th of 2024.
That was what burst the bubble. You'd been doing it for 40, 50, 60 years. It just finally caught up to you at that point. And it's dead and over with. Thank you, Front Office Los. Storytime is always an entertaining and informative segment on the show. And if you ever miss any of it, go back, because you got to remember, Los did the way that Doge was created weeks and weeks and weeks ago. And you're still hearing people talk about, hey, did you know that Doge was created under something that Obama used in Obamacare?
I've been stolen from.
Multiple times, many times, over and over and over again. That's why you can't miss Storytime with Los.
That's why we ended up having Mr. Sexton saying it on Friday, and you're texting me. I'm like, did y'all know this was created under Obama?
That's exactly right. Buck Sexton.
Buck Sexton, I'm like, yeah, we can have a go, man.
Buddy. And then other commentators here in town doing the exact same thing. When we continue on Extra 106.3, Trump is bringing the death and destruction of 2 wars to an end, and the media yawns. Next on Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Despite 23 points and 10 boards from Asa Newell, the UGA basketball team couldn't hang on to the Missouri Tigers as they lost 74-87 in Athens. This marks the Dogs' 3rd loss in a row and only their 3rd loss at home. The Dogs have 5 more games left before the SEC tournament, and they face number 1 Auburn next. And the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets won in overtime against Cal 90-88. Bay Ndongo had his career best game with 26 points, 13 boards, and a tip-in at the buzzer to win the game. The Jackets now stand with a 13-13 record and play Boston College next. Extra 106.3 Sports, I'm Jerry Payne.
True Prep on Cobb Parkway is your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies, including freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid, and more. They also have a large selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo at the lowest prices around. They're locally owned and operated, and you can visit their store in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or online at trueprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, remember to plan well because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretired.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
At Nelson Elder Care Law, we understand that family's everything. That's why we prioritize your family's future with personalized asset protection solutions. Call us today to schedule your legacy planning meeting and discover how our team can tailor our services to meet your family's unique needs, ensuring a secure and worry-free future. NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
Yellow Jacket fans, don't miss your chance to lock in your seat for the 2025 football season today. Next year's home slate is highlighted by the renewal of our rivalry with Clemson, as well as ACC matchup versus Pitt, Syracuse, and Virginia Tech. Into the end zone! Touchdown! Haynes King! All hail the King! Support head coach Brent Key and the Jackets on game day by visiting RamlinRec.com/tickets to get your season tickets today. Sting 'em.
Extra 106.3 is the only station in Atlanta to bring you the legend Neil Vortz, a live and local news talk show on your ride in, and the Kimmer Show every afternoon. Be here at 3 for the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
In just a moment, I'll tell you why this segment's going to remind you of how the Grinch stole Christmas. But first, let me tell you, the folks that advertise on this radio station share your values. If you're in the market for anything that you hear in the morning or the afternoon show, if you're in the market for that stuff, give the people that advertise on this station first crack at your business. We're not asking you to buy things that you don't need. We're not asking you to do anything that is detrimental to you at all. Just give the people that advertise, that share your values, the first opportunity to earn your business. That's all we ask. And we work hard and put together a really good show, and we hope you enjoy it. 404-741-1230 if you do, or if you don't. Maybe you want to tell us we're, imbeciles. You're more than welcome to do that. We've been called worse and answered to worse.
No, of course.
So
I'm on X. I get all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
That's
funny.
what it is.
So the reason this next segment reminds me of, and may remind you of, the How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Do you remember that scene where they're talking about they're telling him that there's an award, and he's like, you didn't mention any award. Like all of a sudden,
didn't mention any award.
This award has intrigued him enough that he's going to go down to the jubilation.
That's right.
And participate and sit on the chair of cheer and the whole 9 yards. All based on the award that little Cindy Lou Who brings up. And Donald Trump, unfortunately, awards aren't in his future, even though he's going to do something that would typically get him maybe the biggest award in the entire world.
So let's get this straight. This is the man who said that he was going to end the war in Ukraine on day one. And the left immediately after the first couple of days, the war's not over. He's ending the war more than likely in his first month, maybe 6 weeks. I mean, that's where we're going.
Either way, I mean, it's an amazing feat.
It's going to the end.
Nobody could do it in the last 4 years.
He's already made it. Well, they didn't want to. That's the other part. I'll tell you this. It was this easy to end it. Joe Biden could have at any point, but no way.
Same way with the border. Yes. That was a choice.
It was a choice.
We're down to 200 plus people trying to cross the border.
Yeah,
under
193 has been the number as far as the gotaways.
And Joe
people
Biden
attempting.
Joe Biden was up to 10,000 at its worst. And I'm not trying to derail the conversation, but that was a choice. Is my whole point. He said, "Oh, we have to have new legislation." You even had some Republicans saying, "Well, we need to pass this." No, he didn't.
I think we need to spend more money here. We need to launder more money so it comes back our way.
It's all
That's
crap.
what was going on.
It was a choice.
Exactly. So the same thing when it comes to this war in Ukraine. It's been bogged down. The lines have basically been stalemated for the better part of 2.5 years. When I would point out on X, the war is already over, Ukraine is lost. What are you talking about? I will now ask you, where's your Ukraine flag? I mean, I thought that was the biggest deal, right?
The only one I've seen.
Vamonos Ukraine. Let's go.
I did see Amy Klobuchar posting, I back Ukraine. It was a picture on X yesterday or the day before. That's pretty much the only one I've seen, and I can't tell you how long.
Talk about somebody who used to be a Democrat star that they kicked aside in 2020. They were like, okay, listen, Amy, we need you to bow out of this thing because we need to protect you so that Joe Biden can run and take Mayor Pete with you.
That's right.
And Klobuchar got kicked completely to the sideline. I'm guessing she was a bigger threat to Joe, but, I digress. So I want you to take a listen to this. This is Radoslav Sikorski.
Boy, good job.
I know. I've been working on this one since yesterday. So the discussion point has been, what if Donald Trump is able to stop the war that you have going on in Ukraine and settle things down because we now have a peace agreement, whatever you think about it, between the Palestinians and the Israelis. All right, you have the potential of ending 2 wars in the span of inside of a month of his presidency, maybe 2 months at the very worst. That typically sounds like the kind of thing that Alfred Nobel wanted to be known for with the Nobel Peace Prize. Take a listen to what Radoslav Sikorski says about Donald Trump getting the Nobel Peace Prize.
What would you say to Donald Trump, Minister Sikorski? we have more chairs.
I would tell him 3 things. Number 1, Joe Biden was your successor and predecessor, but he planted the flag of the United States in downtown Kiev and declared on behalf of the United States that the U.S. will be with Ukraine for as long as it takes until Ukraine secures its independence. Therefore, the credibility of the United States depends on how this war ends. Not just the Trump administration, the United States itself. I would secondly tell him that if you allow Putin to vassalize Ukraine, that will send a message to China that you can recover what you regard as a renegade province. And that would have direct consequences for U.S. grand strategy, for the U.S. system of alliances, and possibly for the future of Taiwan. And I would thirdly tell him that we Europeans control the Nobel Peace Prize.
He's just all laughing.
if you want to earn it, the peace has to be fair.
Very clear.
First off, he ain't in it for a prize, just like he ain't in it for the money. He doesn't care about that
Can you
stuff.
imagine that leftists are concerned about an award?
An award.
You didn't mention it.
We're the ones that are in charge of the award. If we don't like the peace that is come upon, we will not give you our award.
But if you continue, like as he pointed out, his first point was you must stand by you planted the flag. You said you're going to be with them to the end, even though hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians and Russians are being killed. We're up to like 1 million. 1 million people have been killed. For what? For what? Tell me what has been gained by the Ukrainians. If you strip away all of the, we know they're laundering money, we know that they're a proxy, we know all that.
Well, Tug, they maintain their democracy.
What, the one that they canceled the elections for?
Even though they haven't had elections in 3.5 years, right? I mean, they managed to maintain the government that we installed in 2014 after a coup with our USAID money.
And this dude's
and he's
giggling.
like, haha, it depends on the deal that you're able to sign. It must be fair. The deal that was on the table that the Ukrainians tried to get done in 2014 is the same one that's on the table now.
Is he that ignorant, do you think?
He's that pompous.
Oh, it's definitely that pompous. But he has to know it's the same deal. He has to know. If we know it.
It's the same deal.
But if we know it, he has to know it.
The Russian-controlled areas of Ukraine, which they control now, are going to go to Russia.
That's exactly right.
And NATO will not be, or Ukraine will not become a NATO country. These were like the starting points of here's how we're going to do it. There's also going to be a trade of fuel for grain. That's part of what Ukraine does well. That's what the Russians do well. This is the exchange they're going to make. The Ukrainians are also going to probably have to give up some port access. This was the same deal that's been on the table for 11 years. And yet, you've now killed an entire generation of Ukrainian young men because we didn't want them to take the deal, and we forced the Russians because of part of what we were doing. We're like, here, come get them. Come get it.
And then I love the way he said, you're setting the precedent for Taiwan. I think doing nothing is setting the precedent for Taiwan. We allowed the Chinese to fly a balloon over our country. And all that technology that was on that balloon was all American-made technology. And then the Chinese outsmarting Joe Biden, unfortunately, I take no joy in saying that, but they did. The whole point was, we're going to fly this over to show how weak you are. And then when you finally shoot it down, if you get the courage to shoot it down, you're going to see that we're using all of your parts against you. That's encouraging the Chinese. That's emboldening the Chinese. Had nothing to do. The Chinese don't care what happens in Ukraine and Russia.
The only thing that the Chinese are concerned about as of now is that they do not want to cause any sort of havoc or destabilization with their primary economic partner.
Because their
which
economy
is us.
Yeah, and their economy shaky.
If their economy shudders, if their economy has any issues, that's the only thing they're afraid of, is that people rise up against the CCP. As long as they're able to feed their people and keep their GDP at a respectable level, they feel like they can maintain power. It's perilous, man. When you are a communist country and it's ruled by one communist group after the next, it's always about, or are people starving? Well, then the next group of communists comes in to roll up on the previous group of communists. And then that next group watches out for the next group of communists.
That's right.
That's all it is. That's how it goes. So that's why they don't want to cause any problems with us. As much as Mr. Sikorsky is telling us all about what's going to go on in Taiwan, yeah, we'll see how that plays out.
Here's Amy Klobuchar. Remember I told you? That was 2 days ago.
Stand with Ukraine.
That was 2 days ago. Show it to the cameras here on the YouTube channel, too. Yes.
Man, she was a front runner with Mayor Pete, and they ushered them aside so Joe could run before COVID because they thought, all right, lamb to the slaughter. Then they played games, and he got 4 years, and then they kicked him out.
And ultimately, it was lamb to the slaughter, but not how they thought.
Not how they thought.
It was
now, delayed.
Right now.
Oh, right now it's lamb to the slaughter.
That's the slaughter. That's exactly right. All of their grandeur, all of their dreams are collapsing, and they can do nothing about it. When we continue on Extra 106.3 after Neil Bork's report in a Fox News update, a leftist named Brad Brannon wants you to know that Trump is making all kinds of mistakes already. He can't really name any, but he knows they're happening.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Yesterday, I talked about what Peggy Noonan calls ideological maximalism. Whatever Democrats want to do with government, they always want to go too far, all the way. Never give up an inch to the dreaded Republicans. Okay, this example is about a city in Florida. I remember the story vividly. I'm just not certain the name of the city. They had a transit system, buses. Not many, small city. Here comes the ADA, Americans with Disabilities people. Every one of those buses has to be capable of kneeling down so that somebody in a wheelchair can ride on board. This city only had a small number of buses. It would have been prohibitively expensive for them to modify every bus. So they did a survey of the entire city. How many people here with disabilities ever need a public transit ride to the doctor, to the hospital, for grocery shopping, whatever? The number was low. So the city said, here's what we'll do. We're going to get a couple of handicapped vans and hire drivers. They will be available on demand to anybody that wants to use them, free of charge. Our surveys show that that'll handle the whole situation. The government said, nope, not satisfactory. Every single bus must be wheelchair accessible. The city said, that's too expensive. The government, owned and operated by Democrats, said, nope, every single bus. So what did the city do? They shut down their entire transit system. If they don't have buses, they don't have to abide by the rule. So in the limited government version, anybody that wanted a free ride got it. In the Democrat mandated version, nobody gets a ride. Typical Democrats. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM.
For half a century, glyphosate has affordably and effectively protected Georgia farmers' crops from invasive weeds. Without it, the impact would be felt beyond the fields, hitting Americans where it hurts, our wallets. That's why the Modern Ag Alliance advocates for farmers' continued access to essential crop protection tools so food prices don't rise even more. Get the facts at controlweedsnotfarming.com. Paid for by the Modern Ag Alliance in support of Georgia farmers.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
This is Atlanta's new home for Fox News, Extra 106.3 FM.
If you're looking for a great new gig, our friends at Atlanta Peach Movers are now hiring. No experience? No problem. Training will be provided through Peach University. And if you have verifiable experience, you can score up to a $500 sign-on bonus. Contact Orlando for more information at 404-640-1300. That's 404-640-1300. And get your new career moving with Atlanta Peach Movers.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
They're done talking. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. U.S. and Russian diplomats gathered in Saudi Arabia to look for a way to end the war in Ukraine. The State Department spokesman says they've agreed to work on addressing problems in the U.S.-Russia relationship, but no date's been set for President Trump to meet with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. Republican Senator Tom Cotton just told Fox the last president's to blame.
I think the reality on the ground in Ukraine is that Joe Biden left the world with a terrible mess. His weakness tempted Putin to invade in the first place. He pussyfooted around for 3 years.
Now, Ukraine was not part of today's talks. Its president says he won't agree to any peace deal that Ukraine's not part of. 18 people are recovering in Toronto after a flight The Delta Connection plane flying in from Minneapolis with 80 people on board.
Crash landing and then rolling belly up on the runway. People described hanging like bats and then getting themselves free from their seatbelts and standing on what is normally the ceiling.
Fox's Nate Foy in Toronto. Nobody died. Strong winds may have been a factor in the crash. More people have died in Kentucky's flood disaster. It's up to 12 now. Somebody also killed in West Virginia. Parts of Tennessee also underwater. This woman's apartment got flooded in Clarksville, and she does not have insurance.
I won't get anything to recover anything that I lost, and I've lost everything.
The anti-Doge protests are growing, denouncing Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency.
Hey, hey, ho, ho! Trump and Musk have got to go! Stand up!
Now, that was in Tampa and Washington yesterday, and while there are legal challenges aiming to stop Doge pending,
Doge is still working to access IRS data. We understand that access is imminent. It would allow Doge employees with the appropriate clearances and approvals to comb through tightly controlled files that include bank records and other taxpayer information, but critics are warning that any mistakes in this database could potentially have disruptions to the tax filing system.
Jackie Heinrich at the White House. America's listening to Fox News.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
No traffic, no big deal. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10. I've been getting texts, and I just saw a post that goes along and matches the polling that you're seeing on what Donald Trump is doing in the United States of America. Because here in just a moment, I'm going to introduce you to a man named Brad Bannon and some of the mistakes he says Donald Trump is making. Let me read you this post. I don't know if I've ever felt as optimistic and as hopeful for the future in my life as I do right now. This is just a person I follow on social media. That was the post as of 16 minutes ago. Unprompted. He's not talking to me directly. He's just making this statement. And then I got a text, a friend of mine who is listening to the show. And talking about just some of the things that happened, addressing some of the things that we had talked about. And I said, love and life in Trump's America, huh? And she says, yes, sir, thanking God every day with the American flag emoji. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm feeling, too. That's why the polling is going with Donald Trump, even though you're having people like Brad Bannon writing articles that Trump's making mistake after mistake after mistake.
Two things that jump out to me right away. First off, people are not hiding like they did in the past their support of Donald Trump. Also, patriotism is back.
Yeah, in a big way.
Those are two things that we're sorely missing. And again, it's an ebb and flow. It happens in this country where people at times will be ashamed of what their government is up to, or they will be pessimists as to what is going on with their country. I believe there's such optimism because the idea is Dad's back in the White House.
That's right.
And not only that, when he was shot in that field in Pennsylvania, we all got a taste of what it's going to look like this time around. It's going to be America in your face, and we're first, always first and foremost.
I want to read you one more tweet from Mayor Trent Skaggs, and you won't know the mayor. He is the mayor of Riverton, Utah. He tweets, right now, some poor 300-year-old lady is having her Social Security cut off, and it's all Elon Musk's fault. We talked about all those people that are 300 plus years old. There's two people.
Some old lady who's 150 years old, she's finally going to lose access to Social Security.
But Lowe's, we say that in jest, and when you look at the stats from the Social Security Administration, the office there. There are, you said 150, we'll go with that. There's like 3.6 people that are 150 years old that are collecting Social Security right now. It's what?
Yes, the 3.6 million people.
It's nuts. It's freaking nuts, man.
We have 121,000 people that are over the age of 160.
What?
Is this biblical times? Who else is living to 800?
I mean, and where are the Giants since we got biblical times going on? Where are they at? I feel like I missed them.
Well, let me tell you about the Philistines.
Okay,
So the Philistines at 360 years old plus, there's one of them.
Right, and then there's one that's the same age as America, between 240 and 250 or 249. There are people that are collecting. You're hearing me correctly. Your ears are not misleading you. They're not telling you wrong. You're hearing me right. There are two people on the doles of the Social Security that are between 300 and 350 years old, and then 200 and 250 years old.
Kind of feels like somebody just gets that check every single month, and they're like, "It's still working."
Who?
Seriously, it's still working. They keep paying this thing,
and do they hand it off at some point? Do they give it to somebody else to collect after?
Is this grease?
Yeah.
Do we just keep drawing?
Oh, it's so nuts.
It's
man.
Dad's retirement, but he passed, so I just keep getting to get it until I pass.
So I don't think that's a mistake. Noticing after how many years? 360 years that somebody is probably not alive to collect Social Security.
Right,
and
so that's the first where Brad Bannon, you go,
Yeah, Brad, I don't know that you're picking up on all the things that the American people are.
I mean, go find a regular, everyday grandmother, because it hasn't happened to my grandmother. It hasn't happened to my mom. It hasn't happened to my dad. Anybody who is drawing, again, they're much more into their own retirement. That's why they put in their years of work and what they did. But I don't know one of them that is concerned about anything with Social Security other than keeping up with inflation. They're not worried about somehow they're not getting as much outside of inflation.
And then for you and I, we've discussed it many times, it's not going to be there. It's impossible. Not if you're paying people like 3.5 million people who are 150 years old. Do you know anybody that's 150 years old? Los found the oldest recorded living lady in the last,
the
years?
One that's been actually logged and confirmed. She made it to 122, and the current oldest person in the world is a Japanese woman who's 116.
So all of these numbers are major fraud, and nobody even cared. Nobody took notice. Nobody bothered to point it out until Donald Trump and Elon Musk with Doge. And there's people upset about this fraud, waste, and abuse. They're upset that you know about it. They're upset that the gravy train is coming to an end.
So what is Mr. Brad Bannon's point?
He's trying to...
Like, what are you trying to say? That we're upset that we've noticed that we're being scammed?
He's trying to convince you that Donald Trump is making a lot of mistakes.
Okay.
And that the Democrats need to be ready to pounce on these mistakes. He said the approval ratings are slipping rapidly. I've not
Since
seen
when?
that.
They keep moving up.
I've not seen that. I'm sure at some point you're going to find some fraud poll like the one out of Iowa. Remember the one out of Iowa just days before the election?
Yes, where Kamala Harris was going to win by 15 points, and they were circling the wagons, telling each other, we have this in the bag because she's winning Iowa by 15. I think she lost by 11?
Here's a quote.
Wildly off.
Yeah, it was nuts. Here's a quote from Mr. Bannon. Why are Trump's ratings so low? So early in his presidency. How low can he go? And I can't for the life of me understand what he's saying, because none of the polling represents that. None of the polling would tell you that or point to that. And I think he's just trying to rally somebody, rally anybody to do something. But in the article, if you read it, he can't really narrow down what needs to be done or why it needs to be done. He just keeps saying Trump is making mistakes. And then at some point, they're going to catch up with him because it's happening so rapidly. And I'm sure my Aunt Peg is ready to get out and fight. She's ready to get out in the street. She'll be one of those 12 in Myrtle Beach.
Give me my vagina hat. Let's go.
That's right. Let's run out the door. Let's make sure that we protest Donald Trump, not because we think...
Is this climate change? Is this Donald Trump? Is this BLM? Which one do I need?
Well, what day is it? That would be the deciding factor on what hat you put on, as you've pointed out so many times on this show. But that's the thing. He goes on to say, Trump's enormous appetite for carnage and destruction may prove to be his own undoing, but this nation is in crisis and we can't stand by idly and hope that he pushes the public too far. Democrats must stand tall, think big, and act boldly to satisfy the public demand for fundamental change in the political and economic systems. And I keep thinking, they had 4 years, really longer than that, but just in the last 4 years. And they did worse. People did worse. There was no achievement for anybody. So, Mr. Bannon, I'm waiting. I've read the article. Tell me where he's messing up, because it never addresses it. And he keeps telling me that the polling's bad. And the polling, even from CBS of all places, the company that runs 60 Minutes, that will edit tape to make him look bad and Kamala look good, that's how filthy they are. And their polling shows them at 60% approval ratings. I don't know what Mr. Bannon's talking about.
I'm going to tell you a little something about Mr. Brad Bannon. And this is after a quick search. I didn't really, I didn't dive into him last night. I just kind of read through the article and went, okay, explain this to me.
But he can't.
So Brad Bannon, contributor with The Hill. It turns out that Brad Bannon, when he is not writing for The Hill, and I'll just say this, maybe not as adept as the rest of Gen X. He's a generation beyond. So he's a little slow on the uptake right now. Because let's face it, everybody who's in their 60s and 70s on the Democrat side is slow on the uptake right now. They are slow to the game. They're not recognizing the changes. That's why they lost in the way that they did. They're not fluid in this regard. Turns out Brad Bannon's actually one of the people that guest hosts the Leslie Marshall show whenever she's out.
Oh, okay.
So
tells you all you need to know.
Like one of the only leftist media members out there who's attempted to do radio. And as I was just kind of curious, I'm like, well, what kind of followers does this get? All right. He's got like 1/5 of mine. Not like I have a ton.
Wow.
So he's doing this national, just so you know, he's doing a national radio show that is for the left. And he has 1/5 the followers of me with this little signal and a little bit of fun and a little bitty Atlanta. Because no one is taking what you say seriously, Brad, and they're not following you and they're not adopting what you're having to say.
But nothing he says has any merit. Like
Well, explain it. Just explain the information.
But
there is
can't.
none.
There's none out there to explain. So it's
all feels.
It's exactly right. How do I get you in your emotions? And Leslie Marshall, she shows up on Fox News a lot. So if you watch Fox News once in a while, you'll see her pop up. And she has quote tweeted this article that I've referenced. And I had no idea about this until Los told me that he fills in for her. It says, Trump making early mistakes. Democrats must be ready to respond. Check out this latest blog on The Hill by my good friend Brad Bannon. Can't wait to get Aunt Peg fired up. Can't wait to get your Democrat friends fired up. And maybe they'll be one of the 12 that show up at a protest against Donald Trump. Because real Americans aren't.
By the way, I'm not saying this is your indicator, Jerry. Like if you told me, hey, go to my website, I might take a look at your website, Jerry, and depending on how it looks, I might give like, a little bit of an idea about you. Mm-hmm. Bannon's looked like it was made by a 4-year-old.
That's his website?
This is his website.
You can get AI to do a better website.
BannonCR.com. In fact, I don't know if you should go. You might get a virus.
GeoCities looking like?
It very much looks like GeoCities, like old school GeoCities.
I don't even know what that is. What is GeoCities? I don't even know what that is.
The old, about 20 years ago, you would just put in a bunch of pictures.
Yeah, back when you had to have the phone dial-up sound to go access a web page.
Yep. GeoCities would build you your own website just so you'd have one, and it was geocities.com/radiotug.
Okay. And later, it was bought by Yahoo, according to the very unreliable Wikipedia.
I'm just saying, if you go to my website, at least it looks professional.
Yeah.
And I'm not on it that often other than just posting pieces of audio and stuff. But it looks considerably better than BannonCR.com.
Good Lord. This guy on Donald Trump's mistakes. And if you have seen mistakes, and I'm sure there have been some made, 404-741-1230, and you can point them out to me and tell me where to find that polling that he's referencing that's bad, because every piece of polling I've seen is very good. But there has to be Brad Bannons out there, because I do feel like this is a rallying cry, Los, because they have nothing else. They've lost everything else. The only thing that's working right now is lawfare. There's 47 lawsuits, and some of them have stuck and been speed bumps in the process that that Trump is going down in the road that Trump is going down with Elon Musk. So that's all they got is lawfare, and let's make things up, because typically in the past it's worked. We've had that echo chamber that will send out the message, and Aunt Peg is there waiting on it. She's got her ear to the wall.
The only thing they basically have is potholes on the highway. That's it. How can I make a pothole? Now, is it going to stop you? No, it might slow you down a little bit. Might have to look out for it. Might take a little bit more time to get around, but that's all they have. That's it. You're not stopping this agenda right now. And as much as they're trying to do it in the way they are by going to the courts, you still have, as we're now as we're getting there into week 4 by next week, you still have the better part of 2 years to deal with this. You still have 11 months. Then you follow that up with we're going to get into an election cycle. And so Donald Trump will still have at least 6 months on that side before people start being accountable for, hey, if I vote for something in the House, will this hurt me in an election? So basically you have like 17, 18 months where he gets to do everything he wants to do.
And he is. And I wonder how people like Brad Bannon can sit back knowing the truth and willfully lie to you. I mean, you would think there's some sort of journalistic integrity that you would want to follow.
No, it's just energy. Get them clicks, man.
Yeah, I guess, and make money, sure. And there's people like Aunt Peg out there that'll click every time.
Right. She'll go, how are things turning my way? They're not. Somebody tell me they are. Okay, I will, but it's not.
Right, but that's the thing that they need to hear, right? That's the only thing that's keeping them energized, because the lawsuits happen, and I'm sure, you see it, and you're like, if you're a liberal, if you're a Democrat, you're like, oh, good. I'm glad they're finally putting up a fight or whatever, because I saw, Michael Steele on MSNBC the other day, and he was just raising Cain. I want to see somebody put up a fight. Oh, damn it, I want to see somebody get off their ass and put up a fight. That's exactly what he said. This is a former Republican,
right?
That now is
now compensated to be on MSNBC.
Absolutely, taking the paycheck. But Aunt Peg is doing the same thing. She wants to see somebody tell her what she wants to hear. Not what's actually happening, but what she wants to hear. And the mainstream media has been so good at that for so long, she looks for it now.
We talked about them dying last hour. How the mainstream media, after the Trump and Biden debate, the earliest debate that we've ever had in presidential history, and within 1 week, Joe Biden was no longer going to be representing the Democrat Party when it came to the election. We talked about how the media died that night because of all the stuff they told you for 4 years, and then here was the problem. There are still those that are looking forward to being urinated on and then be told it's raining.
It's raining, right.
And that's the Aunt Pegs.
I know.
You have a larger amount of people, and you can tell by the viewership. You can tell by when these cable news outlets that are on the other side do less than 100,000 viewers a night. Some of them, they're in every airport in the country, yet less than 100,000 viewers in their prime time. Most of the audience has left because they went, smells like urine.
That's not right.
What do you mean it's raining?
That's not right.
But Aunt Peg, she's sitting there going like, looks like rain again.
And
Can't wait.
And I'm not willing to fight with her because it causes a disruption in the family. So I just avoid it. And I think she's that way too. As soon as I come in, she just turns the TV off because it's always on The View or MSNBC. Always. And I want to ask her, defend these people that are on Social Security, the fraudulent, the 20 million dead people that are on Social Security right now. Defend that. That's what I want to ask her to do. Because you see where Michelle King, the acting head of the Social Security Administration, has resigned after Elon Musk points out 20 million people are dead that are collecting Social Security checks. Please defend it. Please.
Did you say 20 people?
No, 20 million, Los.
You said 20,000 people?
No, 20 mil with an M, million.
200,000 people.
More than that, million.
There's 330 million people in this country, and you're telling me that I've got nearly 10% are drawing Social Security illegally.
They're dead. They're not only is it illegal, they're dead. They're not even there to cash the check, but yet someone is cashing the check. Who is it? There's so much fraud. And you have Democrats and you have bureaucrats that are telling you you're in the wrong for knowing. When we continue on Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hour, by the way.
How
brought to
dare you look into things?
Seriously. We can't wait to hire a bunch of people at the IRS to audit you stupid conservatives. We don't want to be audited. What? This is terrible, this thing. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com, doing the 28th annual Winter White Sale. Save $2,000 on a new carrier system. Best in the business, working with the best in the business. The fraud is rampant, but you have no idea the full scope of it. Stephen Miller from the Trump administration, he does, and he's not afraid to share it.
Atlanta radio legends collide on Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer. Because when you get these two guys together, who knows where we'll end up?
I am shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The Kimmer is live on your drive home every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6. And now Neil Bortz joins this show every week. And if you miss it, catch up anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
A musician with technical knowledge can play all the right notes. But one who cares enough to play from the heart gives music soul. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Looking for the perfect car, truck, or SUV? Jim Ellis Buick GMC has you covered. With a huge selection of new and used vehicles, finding the right fit is easy.
Whether it's a Buick Enclave or Envision, a GMC Acadia or Yukon, or the power of the Sierra and Canyon trucks, and the best part, you're never alone in the process.
Their expert sales team helps match you with the right vehicle, while their finance specialists make buying simple and stress-free.
With decades of experience, Jim Ellis Buick GMC understands the importance of offering an expansive inventory that fits every driving performance, style, and budget need. Plus, every new Buick and GMC comes with cutting-edge technology, premium comfort, and advanced safety features so you can drive with confidence.
Already a Buick or GMC owner? Well, keep it running like new with their state-of-the-art service center staffed by factory-trained technicians who know your vehicle inside and out. Start your search at JimEllisBuickGMC.com or shop in person in Chamblee off Peachtree Boulevard, inside the perimeter, or in Beaufort off Highway 20 near 985. Jim Ellis, Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth if they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans automatic 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. Atlanta Smiles, 404-262-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
Are you tired of dealing with loud, ugly, drafty garage doors? Do you have certain rooms in the house that you can't keep cool in the summer or warm in the winter? Hi, I'm Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Now is a great time to upgrade with brand new, efficient, quiet, and beautiful garage doors. Your garage door is the biggest opening in your home, which is why it's such an important part of your home's curb appeal and energy efficiency. Give us a call today at 770-517-7078. Get started today by visiting us at allfourseasonsgarages.com.
Military veterans are eager to transfer their skills and experiences to civilian life, but lack trusted connections to expedite their path to success. The civilian world can be confusing, and veterans do not need to journey through it alone. When you reach out to the Warrior Alliance, we will guide you to the best-in-class resources that can lead you toward renewed purpose after serving our nation. Find out why thousands of warriors have found success after service after engaging with the Warrior Alliance. For assistance, go to thewarrioralliance.org or call 404-210-1777. 76.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Atlanta? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Atlanta for free. That's right. We'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. Atlanta is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Atlanta and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Good morning. These are your headlines for Tuesday, February 18th. 2025. A winter weather advisory has been issued for several counties in the northern Georgia mountains. The advisory will take into effect as of 1 o'clock on Wednesday until 1 a.m. on Thursday for the following counties: Catoosa, Chattooga, Dade, Dawson, Fannin, Floyd, Gilmer, Gordon, and Lumpkin, among others. Snow accumulation of half an inch are likely in the areas, but the highest elevations may see up to an inch. Atlanta-based Delta Airlines has activated its Passenger Inquiry Center for family and loved ones of the customers involved in Monday's plane crash in Canada. The center lets them connect with Delta for more information on the crash. They said the Delta flight 4819 flew out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, St. Paul International Airport and crashed as it landed in Toronto around 2:30 yesterday afternoon. No fatalities were reported. The search for an Atlanta teacher who disappeared at Lake Oconee continues on now its 11th day today. The Georgia Department of Natural Resources, wardens, and trained volunteers like the Emergency Dive Response Team and others are searching the lake for Westminster teacher and head coach Gary Jones. Thus far, only his wallet has been found. With your headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 28th annual winter white sale going on right now. You can save up to $2,000 in rebates. Put that right back in your pocket. Make sure your house is quite comfortable. The best in the business, working with the best in the business at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, and Carrier, of course, being the best. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com if you'd like to take advantage of that.
And if I may, as somebody who is currently selling a home, buyers really like when you have that maintenance agreement because they know that your heating and cooling systems have been serviced every several months. That's very helpful.
I haven't sold a house in a long time. It's probably been, I think we've been in our house 14 years. Is that part of the disclosure?
Part of your disclosure agreement is the stuff that you've had done. And so us being able to mark down the exact dates of when Central Heating and Air have come out is very, very reassuring to people. They're like, wow, they're getting regular maintenance. I'm like, yes, we have.
It's
and
like changing the oil in your car.
It's very helpful. So it's an investment in not only your comfort, but perhaps down the road, somebody else's when they decide to sell your home.
Back in the day when you were working at 680 The Fan every day and weren't exiled down here to Xtra 106.
Wasn't like they took away my shield and my pistol.
You get down there with those crazies.
You've been exiled.
That's right.
You get over on that island and you figure it out.
How many times did you hear, that's a bad man right there? Because, I mean, that's such a sports analogy.
Very much so. That's a bad man right there.
I would say that about Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is currently the White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor. I think he's a bad man. And he doesn't mince his words. He's very straightforward with what he says. And he's very clear-spoken. I think he's probably a very well-educated man, but he can speak to you and I. And I think that's a skill that most politicians do not possess, and that's why nobody trusts them. And, well, that and their actions. I just wouldn't leave that out either. But Stephen Miller, he talked about the foreign fraud rings that have been using fake Social Security numbers and identities to steal billions of dollars from U.S. taxpayers through the IRS. And he, of course, confirmed that DOJ will have those IRS records and be able to scour the internet. I mean, we've been poking fun because we already seen a list of how many people that are dead. There's like 20 million people dead getting Social Security checks. I mean, there's endless amounts of fraud, waste, and abuse. Listen to Stephen Miller talk about it here.
What are the plans to do so if those records are obtained?
Well, as we know, there's a massive amount of fraud in this country. You have, for example, foreign fraud rings. These are foreign nationals who come into the United States. They use fake Social Security numbers. They use fake identities to steal billions in taxpayer benefits. There's no way to know until DOGE gains full access exactly how much money we're talking about. But over a 10-year normal budget window, you could be talking about saving over $1 trillion by clamping down on massive fraud in our tax and entitlement systems, including, again, those carried out by organized fraud and theft rings. A very important point in all this is to understand that DOGE are subordinate staffers of the federal government. They are political appointees, just like me, just like everyone else in the White House, that serve and answer to the president. So we're not talking about an outside private entity. We're talking about the existing federal staff of the federal government performing their statutory and constitutional duty.
Dude, why is it taking so long for somebody to say out loud, this is happening, we know it's happening, because you and I have known it forever. As long as we've worked together or known each other, we've known that there's this much fraud, waste, and abuse. We've known it. And now it's just being laid out on the table.
I think that Sweet Clean Jerry said it really well when he came in here and we started talking about how the third rail is Social Security. You just don't touch it. Neither side will. Democrats or Republicans.
Carter, I mean, we've pinned him down, and he physically told us leadership don't want us talking
Leadership does not want us talking about it. It's the fastest way to lose
bad
an election.
Excuse, bad reasoning for me as a host of the show. It pisses me right off when he says it. But it's true.
But it's on both ends.
Yeah.
Do not touch, do not say anything about Social Security. What is interesting about this and where I think it's different, we all are fine with, we realize that this is one of the larger expenditures, that our entitlement programs eat up about 78 to 80% of our total budget, and that there's not a whole lot of messing with them. But what if you find the fraud in them? That's the difference. I'm not looking to cut the money that your mom's getting as much as I'm not looking to cut the money that my mom's getting and my grandmother is getting. What I am looking to do is get rid of, wait a minute, we're sending money overseas to fraudulent accounts that don't really exist. There's not actually a person, but they've been drawing to the tune of $1 trillion over a 10-year span. That's the sort of stuff we can get. That's not cutting. That is actually just fixing a program that has some leaks in it.
Why did it take so long?
Because it was a status quo.
I keep banging my head against the table. You knew it. I knew it. Republicans knew it. Democrats knew it. Liberals knew it. Conservatives knew it. Everybody knew it. And no one until now had the courage to call it out and actually say, we're going to campaign on it. We're going to do it. I guess I should restate that. Everybody's campaigned on it. But finally, one man and his team are willing, his team of Avengers or superheroes, whatever we called them last time.
He's never really seen an Avengers movie, so I have to kind of help him out with these movie references.
Any of them.
He doesn't know the Avengers at all.
I don't. But my point is, this group of outcasts almost that he's put together that are really smart, and they're like, hey, this makes no sense. Why don't we do the right thing here? And people are furious.
So if I'm like, and again, we're going to have Buddy Carter with us in studio end of next month. He's going to do an entire hour. We're going to be talking about a lot of these topics. And so we thank the congressman for making himself available. He has made it a point many times on this radio show, and several other congressmen as well. If you're seeking re-election, you don't bring this stuff up. This group is not seeking re-election. That's the fun part. Elon Musk does not care for hey, do I have a future in government?
Because he don't want it.
No. Donald Trump is looking at it's like, listen, this is like a concert tour and it's 2 dates.
That's right.
All right, I get to play whatever I want for like 2 nights and then see you later.
I'm playing the hits.
So this is why you're getting it now, because every other politician, you think that AOC wants to sink her career by talking about reforming and cleaning up Social Security? No, her entire district would go ape craziness. They'd be like, what are you planning on cutting? What am I not going to get? And especially considering that since the day we all started working, we all started paying into this program. Every single paycheck since you started working has paid into this program. And now they want to talk about cutting your benefits. That's why you can't touch it. But if you talk about cleaning it up, that's a conversation we can have.
And everybody is supportive of it. And you see it in the polling, even the CBS polls that it drives them crazy. They don't want to share the good polling with you because they despise Donald Trump.
And notice what Doge is doing. They're bringing up the extremes. And I'm all here for it. Listen, I got my Joe Biden ice cream out, and I'm licking it and just watching, okay? Like, I got my giant lolly like I give to JoJo, and he just sits there and he just licks his giant lolly as he's watching stuff go on.
Right.
I am doing the exact same thing going, tell me about the extremes. Don't tell me about, well, we're considering getting rid of this particular aspect of Social Security. No, what they're saying is, hey, there's 180-year-olds that are getting this. Hey, there are overseas accounts that are receiving this money. Doge is not meant, if you tell me like what I think it is, it's not meant if there's 5 nails and all of them are like, a millimeter off of the board. You hit the one that's 1 inch off the board.
Right.
It's supposed to find the most crazy inefficiency and then say, we got to fix this particular aspect that doesn't make sense.
I just want people to be honest. That's what I'm craving.
What did I tell you?
Yeah, make America honest again. Or we had to change it.
I know it's Maha, but we got to go Mata. It's got to be something. Because I said I wanted an honest America where our politicians were as honest as they could be in the outside of national security. Be as honest as you can be with me. Even if I don't care for it.
And that's what I crave, because the truth matters. How many times have I said this? I wear it out. The truth matters. And these people are not willing to tell you the truth. And it's Democrats and Republicans. Don't pretend that all of them are as clean as the wind-driven snow, because they're not. They are there. Just like Los is just telling you, they are worried about getting reelected.
Each side.
I want politicians that are trying to put themselves out of a job because they're so honest. That's what I want. Does that exist? I don't know. Probably in the smallest percentage of them. But I don't want this to be a career for them. I don't want them to be there for Mitch McConnell years.
I want them, if they're in, and this is why I do appreciate Senator Paul. I like that when he and his father have been in power, they're system disruptors. They question everything.
As they should.
Gary Johnson, same sort of deal. We talk about the people that are all around Congress where, even to a certain extent, John Fetterman.
Yeah, because at least even
question
he
things.
Just ask the question.
Bring it up.
I don't agree with him about half the time, but I at least respect
and let's face it, he's going to vote with his party, but when he gets to talking about the issues, he's asking questions.
And I appreciate
Be
that.
a system disruptor. And if I elected a system disruptor and they go spend 20 years as a system disruptor, it's not that Ted Cruz is the same firebrand that he was when he first got in with the wave in 2010. But he's dependable, and he's going to ask questions, and I know how he's going to vote. Then he is going to point out when he thinks something's wrong, and that's what I'm asking for.
Yeah. This is something good that's happening in the United States of America that none of us thought we would see. None of us thought we would have a politician that is, and I guess Trump's not actually a politician. I mean, he's in a political role, but he's not a politician by nature. Neither is Elon Musk, which is, to your point, they don't care. They have no desire to continue in their role after they're done. Trump's going to hand this thing off to J.D. Vance or whomever, most likely J.D. Vance, and then J.D.'s going to run with the ball. But Donald Trump wants to do exactly what he said he would do, that the American people wanted him and currently want him to do. I love that about him. I love that he is willing to say, I don't shoot all the bullets at me you can. Shoot them all, because it doesn't matter. The American people want me to do what I'm doing.
I feel like we actually have right now the epitome of what the founding fathers wanted as far as a citizen servant. Part of the reason why George Washington, if you know the story of the signing of the Constitution, George Washington didn't want to be there at the Continental Congress. He didn't have an interest in it. And they told him, in order to create legitimacy for this event, we need you here, General. And the man...
Because people believe in you.
Yeah, the man sat in there and didn't say a word. Didn't say a word the entire time. It was there to add an air of legitimacy. He was the servant. Now, of course, when they say, hey, we want you to be president, he's like, all right, fine. We want you to be king. I don't want to be a king. This is what I want to do. And then he gave you the power back. That is what it's supposed to be. And I think that's the closest thing we now have in terms of modern day, where Donald Trump is basically saying, I'm going to go in and fix it. I'm going to bring in other people that are fixing it. And then we're going to give it back to you.
Home.
And it's your job not to mess it up.
I'm going back to Mar-a-Lago and live
I'm gonna
my
play golf
and live my life. Watch my granddaughter play golf. She's going to go. Where's she going to college? She's going to college.
Miami.
She's going to Miami to play golf. I want to in 2 years or in 4 years be able to go watch her play golf and watch the sunset of my life at Mar-a-Lago as happy as a clam, knowing that I did good for the American people. And I'm done. I've done my service. Now let somebody else. And I love what you said there. I fixed it. Don't screw it up.
Don't
again.
mess it up. I fixed it.
I don't know that I believe there's many people that are like that. And is Donald Trump perfect? No. Do I worship at the altar of Trump? No. But I love what he's doing, and I'm going to continue to tell people about it. Because I think most people agree with that. I think that's where most people are. When we continue on Extra 106.3, the Democrats are trying to pull at your heartstrings, using your humanity against you. Next on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Despite 23 points and 10 boards from Asa Newell, the UGA basketball team couldn't hang on to the Missouri Tigers as they lost 74-87 in Athens. This marks the Dogs' third loss in a row and only their third loss at home. The Dogs have 5 more games left before the SEC tournament, and they face number 1 Auburn next. And the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets won in overtime against Cal 90-88. Bay Ndongo had his career best game with 26 points, 13 boards, and a tip-in at the buzzer to win the game. The Jackets now stand with a 13-13 record and play Boston College next. Extra 106.3 Sports, I'm Jerry Payne.
It has gotten back down to uncomfortable temperatures. I knew it was cold outside. So much so that I walked out the front door this morning. At I think I left the house at 5:45, 20 to 5, something like that. And I walked out and I went and cranked the truck and walked right back in the house. I'm like, I'll let this thing warm up a little bit. I don't want that to be the case inside my home where I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to bump up this number. I got to warm up the house. Because I want my HVAC working so well that we're comfortable no matter what the temperature is outside. In the dead of Georgia summer, I want my wife and my son, me and my dog, to be comfortable. You can have that too. They're doing the 28th annual winter white sale now at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Call them at 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com is their website. For 78 years now, they have been servicing Atlanta families, just like Front Office Los' family, just like my family, and they can do it for your family too. 770-GET-HEAT, CentralHeat.com, $2,000 rebate from Carrier, the best in the business. Carrier, working with the best in the business. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, one of the few second-generation locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. Do not make the mistake of not having that maintenance done. Make your system last as long as it possibly can, no different than you do with your car when you change the oil, or get a brand new system. Maybe you've waited too long, or it's just too old. It's too old. You can get that new Carrier system, Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Again, 770-GET-HEAT or CentralHeat.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
Have you considered securing your family's future, protecting your hard-earned assets, navigating complex legal matters with ease? Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250 9355 or visit at nelsoneldercarelaw.com.
If you're looking for a great new gig, our friends at Atlanta Peach Movers are now hiring. No experience? No problem. Training will be provided through Peach University. And if you have verifiable experience, you can score up to a $500 sign-on bonus. Contact Orlando for more information at 404-640-1300. That's 404-640-1300. And get your new career moving with Atlanta Peach Movers.
Hi, my name is Steve from Marietta, and we hired ATL Turfco to build our dream backyard golf setup. They installed a large 4-hole putting green, a sand bunker, a short game area, and did a full conversion to artificial grass around the pool with decorative retaining walls. ATL Turfco was really creative. They were efficient. The installation was a breeze. Price was completely reasonable, and I definitely appreciated their communication throughout the project. I would definitely recommend ATL Turfco to anybody thinking about doing a backyard makeover. You can check them out online right now at atlturfco.com.
True Prep on Cobb Parkway is your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies, including freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid, and more. They also have a large selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo at the lowest prices around. They're locally owned and operated, and you can visit their store in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or online at trueprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
Get connected to Extra 106.3 on all your favorite apps. Then download ours and stream the station across Georgia. We're live online at extra1063.com. Stream live video from the studios on YouTube. And of course, Kimmer, Bortz, and your favorite Extra shows in crystal clear digital on the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Thomas Massey tweets, almost no one in Congress is serious about cutting spending. They're all cowards. They're not willing to stare lobbyist money and constitutional or constituents, voters in the eyes and tell them about it's their ox that must be gored, which is something that you've said before. I thought that was funny.
Whose ox is being gored? That is like old school country witticism.
Yes, sir, it is.
Because it doesn't matter if it's that other dude's ox, or your neighbor's
as long
ox.
as it's about me.
Until it's your ox being gored, that's when you get upset.
That's exactly right. And then the left, once people start talking about cuts, they're like, "Oh my God, they're gonna stop the gravy train. We can't have this." So what do? They go immediately for the heartstrings. The left yells and tugs at those heartstrings, especially about because Trump's saying we're going to get rid of the DOE. And this is the conversation I saw blow up. Well, what about the free lunch program? That if the DOE ends, how are we going to make sure that these kids have something to eat? And I don't think anybody in the world wants a kid to be at school and not have nothing to eat. There's reasons that we pay taxes to pave your roads, to take as a safety net for some. Should it be a lifelong safety net? I don't think so. But a kid that has nothing to do with it, should they go to school without anything to eat? Of course not. So what happens then, the libs say, when the DOE closes? Well, they'll continue. Those free lunches will continue without issue, even without the DOE. You know why? Because the DOE don't handle free lunches anyway. That's under the USDA.
Oops.
But they're screaming and hollering, and they didn't even take the time to say, hey, who handles this? When I read it, I'll admit, I didn't know. When I read it, I was like, oh, but it's kind of a good question. So I said, in the Google machine, I just said, who takes care of free lunches for kids in school? And it pops up, U.S. Department of Agriculture. And I was like, well, I guess it doesn't matter if the the Department of Education goes away. And then they went on, well, what about Pell Grants and civil rights? Well, those will move to the Treasury and Department of Justice, respectively. And then things will not end when the DOE shuts down, but maybe the test scores will go up because they've went down from the minute it did open. So when it closes, maybe we'll go back to normal there, too. That's what I'm hoping for.
So you're telling me that after 45, 47 years, we might do something different that's not working? We might adjust course and say, this experiment in the government running your education system is a failure.
Yeah. Let's say you're running let's say you got a volleyball program because your girls are into it and you're running the program and the people that you're recruiting, they're just not. And there's not good enough players, man. There are better players out there, but you're not willing to go out and find the better players. You're just like, well, I'll just accept these.
Well, not for 40 years.
Well, yeah, but why would you not?
Right.
I mean, you would have to make an effort, Los, to make something different, to change something.
What is insanity?
Doing something over and over again and expecting different results.
Right.
So eliminating 4,166 redundant jobs at the DOE would save the American taxpayers $465 million, which seems relatively logical to me. I'm a 3-time college dropout. I make fun of myself all the time for dropping out of college 3 times, the same college. And I don't know if anybody else has done that before. I feel like it may be a record. It should be. I feel like, unless somebody can prove me wrong, that it may belong in the Guinness Book of World Records. I don't know. You didn't mention anything about an award. I'll be in the Guinness Book of World Records. I don't mind.
It wasn't like he was at Yale and was decided, I just don't like this anymore. I'm going to go to the military.
No.
Then I'm going to drop out of Stanford.
That's right. No, it was Dalton State College. I went there. And the first time I knew I needed to do something else, my parents opened a credit card to pay for my first semester of college because they couldn't afford it. And I wasn't taking it serious, and I just couldn't do that to them. And I knew I wanted to join the military anyway. So I dropped out, went in the military, got out, got my first job in radio, had to drop out of college again. Then I'm doing nights in a big country station in Chattanooga called US 101. Chattanooga's hot country favorite. Woo. That's what it was at the time anyway. I don't think it's that anymore. But I'm doing classes again. And my wife decides that she wants to take a job in Atlanta, Georgia. I drop out for the 3rd time, and we moved here, and I've never looked back. I'm still a road runner at heart. I just don't have a degree.
See, but it was never grades.
No.
Tug just had life events that
It was
occurred.
just things that happened. Although the first time the grades probably weren't.
That was actually legitimate the first time?
Yeah. The rest of the time it was just...
Do you ever think about, like, whether it's an online or anything? Like, we've talked about how some of these colleges have different, interesting classes that you can take for free.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about, like, I wonder if I would ever just go learn something for an accreditation, or just to be able to say, like, hey, you know what? I took 9 hours of a history course, so now I can teach this or talk about this.
I don't know that I want to go in that direction necessarily, but I do like to learn when I have time to, and I've been doing that through Hillsdale College.
Yeah, when they have great stuff on the Constitution, on the founding of the country.
Federalist Papers are the ones.
That's a really good one.
Yeah, really good. And so I love doing stuff like that. But as you know, in the way I watch movies, then that I read books, I don't always complete everything that I start out. So I'm about halfway through. I get an email about once every 6 months from Hillsdale College, and it says, hey, man, do you want to pick up where you left off? Your classes is still ongoing. You can still finish this if you'd like.
Jerry, I gave him a book. I think he gave it back to me after reading 2 chapters a year later.
I
asked him flat out. I was like, hey, listen, I'm going to give you this book. Let's see, cover to cover. You don't even have to read it cover to cover, but get more than a chapter or 2, and he gave it back to me a year later.
Well, what about going back to school to teach? When I was at Kennesaw State, Rhubarb Jones was one of my professors.
Ain't nobody need me to teach them.
I mean, you would be an adjunct professor. You don't need in that
tenure.
case. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have much to share with people. You know what I mean? Like, as far as from like a learning point of view, like I can talk.
I'm here to learn you good.
That's exactly. See, I don't even know English well. They're not gonna let me in there.
Just tune in every morning 6 to 10.
That's right. Well,
get all you can handle.
Yeah,
I've thought about that. Like a friend of ours who's
but
working.
you have a master's. I think that's a little bit different.
It's a little different, but like a friend of ours who we've all worked with, like John Kincaid.
Mm-hmm.
He has done a media class over at Temple University. He's an alumni of Temple, and he's done I'm going to show up once a week, and this is a part of the class that I'm going to teach to these students that are learning media. And I think he found that to be as rewarding as just his regular radio career. Like, he's really gotten a kick out of being that. He's talked about when he's done with radio, he would like to do more classes like that, at his alma mater.
I don't have the confidence to do that. Can I be completely honest? I don't have the confidence to do that. I
think you downplay how much you know and how much you've experienced.
You're very kind to say so.
Versus somebody who's 18, 19, 20, who, when they look at a microphone, it scares the hell out of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not saying I couldn't help somebody. I think I would be better in like a one-on-one setting. Like somebody comes in and I get to help them that way, and I'd be glad to do that. But I don't know that. I don't know, man. I don't think I have the confidence for that.
I'm going to pull on your heartstrings like a Democrat. I'm going to be like, Tug, down the road, you're going to be a really good Tug Professor.
Yeah, that's right.
In fact, when you tell everyone, and it's written on the board all pretty, Professor Tug.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Nobody's going to take that serious. And then I open my mouth and they walk out of class. They're like, I'm not listening to that hillbilly. Who is this guy?
I heard he went to Dalton State.
And dropped down 3 times. Why the hell is he teaching us? This dude's a complete loser.
They're going to say, he did a career that went this long. They're going to be like, maybe he has something to share.
Here you go. When we continue on Extra 106.3, the Democrats have discovered a hill that they will not die on, surprisingly. Next, after a Neil Bortz report, the Fox News update.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Yesterday, I talked about what Peggy Noonan calls ideological maximalism. Whatever Democrats want to do with government, they always want to go too far, all the way. Never give up an inch to the dreaded Republicans. Okay, this example is about a city in Florida. I remember the story vividly. I'm just not certain the name of the city. They had a transit system, buses. Not many, small city. Here comes the ADA, Americans with Disabilities people. Every one of those buses has to be capable of kneeling down so that somebody in a wheelchair can ride on board. This city only had a small number of buses. It would have been prohibitively expensive for them to modify every bus. So they did a survey of the entire city. How many people here with disabilities ever need a public transit ride to the doctor, to the hospital, for grocery shopping, whatever? The number was low. So the city said, here's what we'll do. We're going to get a couple of handicapped vans and hire drivers. They will be available on demand to anybody that wants to use them, free of charge. Our surveys show that that'll handle the whole situation. The government said, nope, not satisfactory. Every single bus must be wheelchair accessible. The city said, that's too expensive. The government, owned and operated by Democrats, said, nope, every single bus. So what did the city do? They shut down their entire transit system. If they don't have buses, they don't have to abide by the rule. So in the limited government version, anybody that wanted a free ride got it. In the Democrat mandated version, nobody gets a ride. Typical Democrats. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
For half a century, glyphosate has affordably and effectively protected Georgia farmers' crops from invasive weeds. Without it, the impact would be felt beyond the fields, hitting Americans where it hurts, our wallets. That's why the Modern Ag Alliance advocates for farmers' continued access to essential crop protection tools so food prices don't rise even more. Get the facts at controlweedsnotfarming.com. Paid for by the Modern Ag Alliance in support of Georgia farmers.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on the station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
If the American people don't know what the government's doing with the money, and they don't know by the billions of it, how is that democracy if it's working in secret?
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
It was the first U.S.-Russia meeting since the Ukraine invasion.
I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and they've wrapped it up in Saudi Arabia. Secretary of State Marco Rubio led the U.S. delegation.
We're going to appoint a high-level team from our end to help negotiate and work through the end of the conflict in Ukraine in a way that's enduring and acceptable to all the parties engaged.
But no date set yet for President Trump's plan to sit down with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. Ukraine was not part of these talks. Its president says he won't accept any peace deal they're not involved in. There's news out of Gaza. Hamas now says it'll increase the number of hostages to be released this weekend in the ceasefire with Israel. 6 are alive, 4 are dead. The anti-Doge protests are spreading to cities across America amid legal challenges aimed at stopping Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency's reach into federal agencies. Musk, sitting next to President Trump, tells Fox's Hannity in an interview that'll run tonight.
I used to be adored by the left, you know.
Yeah, not anymore.
Less so these days.
He killed that, huh?
I mean, less so.
I really didn't.
Well, I mean, this whole sort of like, you know, they call it like Trump derangement syndrome.
Now, Doge is close to getting access to IRS tax systems, and Fox's Lillian Wu reports.
The acting commissioner of the Social Security Administration has stepped down, according to multiple reports after a clash with billionaire Elon Musk's U.S. Doge service and its attempts to access sensitive government records. Michelle King, who spent decades at the agency before being named acting commissioner last month, is said to have left her position Sunday after the disagreement.
They may feel lucky to be alive. The passengers on that Delta Connection flight from Minneapolis that crash landed in Toronto left upside down, wings torn off and caught fire.
None of the people remarkably on board have life-threatening injuries, according to officials, but 18 people are hurt of the 80 passengers on board, as many are asking questions about the role that wind gust played in this. Now, there were wind gusts in the area at the time of the crash of about 38 miles an hour.
That's Nate Foy in Toronto. America's listening to Fox News.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Yeah, I got your app. I live out here 30 miles west of Augusta. I'm so glad Conservative Talk is back on the air.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra at Extra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand at your convenience, whenever you want to. You don't need our permission. It's there for you and available. Always for Apple and Android. Just search for XTRA 106.3 FM where you download your apps. Apple Store, Apple App Store, and then the Google Play Store. Or if you're streaming on YouTube, good morning. If you're at the old traditional way, the oldie but goodie, 106.3 FM, 12:30 a.m., we welcome you to the show. Doesn't matter how you listen, we like it.
Yeah, we're multifaceted.
Yeah.
However you do, we're completely on board with that.
Yeah. They love the pace of the change. They're very fed up with the last 4 years. They want action, results. They looked at prices and affordability, immigration, and they didn't see things happening. Still, they don't like what he says, but they love what he does. This is Frank Luntz, the pollster Frank Luntz. He's been all over. He's been on every network, everywhere. He's not a Trump guy, by the way.
No, not a giant fan.
By any means.
Not a big fan. Not a fan at all.
But he's talking about those former Bill Clinton and Joe Biden voters who flipped to Trump in 2024. And according to his polling, they love how fast he's moving.
2020 altered the course of history. You know, obviously, with the pandemic, all the silliness that we dealt with, you created this era of madness. You back that with USAID's money and where it was finding its way over into George Soros's pocket and everybody else to then rent these riots. You had to rent a riot here in Atlanta. You had rent-a riots over in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Dude, did you see the sign that's up in the producer's room? It is the Stop Cop City Environmental Race, whatever it was. It was the sign that I don't even know where that came from, but it's amazing.
To rent a riot.
It's
to rent a sign. How do we have this stuff ready to go?
Who paid for that? That's a really nice sign. It's not like somebody just wrote it with a crayon like it's will you go to prom with me?
It wasn't like they went to Walgreens and were like, give me the Sharpie.
And the cardboard.
Let's make a sign.
No, this was paid for.
So you created this chaos element. And so Joe Biden represented, as he tried to make it into, hey, it's going to be a return to normalcy under me. We don't have to deal with this pandemic. We won't have to deal with all this madness in the streets. And what did he give you? More madness. It was crazy because he wasn't in charge. And all you were told that for the better part of 4 years is that women can be men, men can be women, and what you thought was not what was going on, and don't let your eyes and ears deceive you. We'll tell you the truth the whole time. So, yeah, no wonder these people flip back over towards Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, outside of a pandemic, represented sanity for the better part of 4 years.
I told you that last week or the week before, it's the same voters that put Barack Obama in office that have put Donald Trump in office. And that doesn't seem logical. If you think about it out loud, you'd say, what? They're so different. Those people are so different. But if you look at the groups of voters that put Donald Trump in office, it is the exact same people that put Obama in office. They are the same voters. And they have the same desires. The thing is, Obama had this pitch that people believed, hope and change. And it was a good pitch. And he was a really good politician and had a polished message to deliver. That's why he won the White House. And then when he got in there, he did anything but give you hope or change. It was just more of the same. Though he did the same thing that Bill Clinton did. He talked about cleaning up the federal government and cutting back on fraud, waste, and abuse. Now, he didn't do that. Clinton didn't do it. Biden didn't do it. But look, Trump didn't do it in his first term either. All of a sudden he is, and this is paying dividends for those people that will come back and vote for him again.
I'm not looking to divide up this group, but here's where the Democrats lost. They fully believed that they could leave white working class voters behind, and the Republicans easily scooped them up without a problem. The issue that came out of this election and is now reverberating through the entire system is that working class does not have a color attached to it. That when you leave behind white working class voters, you're leaving behind black, Hispanic, Asian, all working class voters. Because you can't delineate between the two. You can try and pander as much as you want and say, I'm going to try and tell the Asian audience, hey, I was pushing Stop Asian. Hey, you should vote for me. But when they're working class people, that overrides all of that stuff. And so it doesn't work. That's the whole group. As much as we can say, well, what got Barack Obama elected? It was working class people that got him elected. And when the Democrats decided to leave behind white working class people, they left behind all working class people.
You know how I know that's true? Because growing up in Dalton, Georgia, everybody worked in the carpet mills. It was white people, it was black people, it was Mexican people, it was Asian people. It was everybody. Nobody got rich. Everybody wanted the same thing. They wanted to make enough to have a home and to put food on the table and to make sure their kids could go play ball. That was the goal. It wasn't these grand goals of making $1 million and living in mansions. They were just working class folks that cared about their family, and they all did the same thing. They eat lunch together, they play ball together, their kids play ball together, and most of them go to church together. It's the same people, to your point.
That was the critical mistake that was made by the Obama administration. They really believed that they could be a coalition of groups that feel like they were all slighted. And so while they're sitting back saying, hey, listen, we're not doing great with white working class voters, you know what? That's fine. We'll backfill with LGBTQ. And then we'll appeal to the black community and the Hispanic community and the Asian community. And we'll make up for this. Your job, even though it doesn't define you, it does enable you. So when you start threatening working class people, regardless of color, everything goes out the window.
Of course it does. And the Democrats have a lot of hills they'll die on. Pretty much anything that is in opposition of Donald Trump, they're going to die on that hill. We talked about the governors, the Democrat governors coalition that on a Zoom call said, whatever he says, you do the opposite. That's whatever it is.
It's a terrible idea.
It's a horrible idea. But that's all they have.
Again,
and lawfare.
If I was on that call, It would be, let's evaluate what the play is. Let's see how the polling's going. Let's give an alternate view of a popular stance. But we're not going to outright say everything's wrong. Because as it stands right now, with a populist president, he's playing to 65, 70, 80% of the room. I can't be on the side of 20% the entire time.
But they are right now.
And that's how they are.
They are right now.
I'll give you this example. So this is Tim Ryan, and he was formerly a congressman out of Ohio. He was on the Bill Maher show over the weekend, Real Time with Bill Maher. And they started talking about USAID, and they started talking about government spending. And Tim Ryan talked about, as a Democrat, what they need to avoid doing.
You don't go fall and die on the hill of foreign aid, which I voted for foreign aid. Foreign aid's important. I sat on the Defense Committee. I know how important those aid programs are. But with all the stuff going on, you're going to amplify that they want to cut foreign aid. I just think that's a huge strategic mistake, because now you look like you're defending government spending, even when people in Youngstown, Ohio, don't have a meal, costs are up, can't buy eggs, XYZ.
Okay.
You're still shipping.
You're talking about
money abroad.
USAID.
So he pointed out, don't die on this hill of having to be a Democrat and trying to defend that we're sending money all around the world that's your money.
And especially when you go, when Elon Musk points out, because you talked about it earlier, the extremes, right? The extremes of sending, millions of dollars to Uganda or wherever for sex change operations, or to influence voting, or sometimes for subscriptions to Politico that ran in the millions of dollars. People in Youngstown, people in Atlanta, people in Cumming, people in Dalton, they look at that and they go, I'm working my tail off, and you're taking the money away from me to do that?
And again, it goes back to working class people, all creed, color, religion, every single one of them gets upset about this.
As they should.
And so Tim Ryan's right. Do not die on this hill. This is one of those aspects where you know what you do? Hey, we have some issues with Doge, but by and large, we agree with what they're doing as far as looking for government inefficiency. We probably should have been doing it for years. Hey, y'all were in charge. Yes, but we just did not think. You come up with a reason as to why you didn't do it. One of the things that we saw, and this was on Pod Save America, the two hosts, they're both worked in the Obama White House. Both of them were talking about it last week. Why didn't we think about this? This is something that we should have come up with first.
But, Los, that's the thing that drives me up the wall. We've played you evidence of Bill Clinton saying it and Barack Obama saying it, and we could probably dig up Joe Biden saying it at some point in his 4 years, too. They all said it. That's what I would question the Pod Save America people. They've all said it. The difference is Donald Trump's actually doing it.
Well, Clinton, to an extent, did balance the budget and did make it a point that the era of big government was over. The welfare reforms and what they came up with, as far as laws, they tried to make it where you had to have if you wanted welfare, you needed to have improved that you were trying to find work.
It's not a world or a lifetime safety net. Right. It is right now we're going to help you. And I think most Americans are in favor of that.
It was a stipulation as part of drawing on welfare and government assistance or unemployment. You had to be seeking employment in order to get it. That went away with the Barack Obama administration. The ability to work or the attempt to find work went out the window. All right. Now, the area they never touched was the bureaucracy. They never went back and looked at the IRS and said, too bloated. Now, they brought it up, like we've played the audio of Clinton bringing it up, Obama bringing it up, but they never took a significant sledgehammer to it. Now, there would be some things that they would hem up or they would move people around to different places. This is different. Those USAID workers, the 14,000, it's now at 290, they're out of the government. That's different than just moving them over from, okay, listen, this group is bloated. Let's move them to the State Department. All right, this group is let's move them over here. That's essentially the shell game that was being played that's now not being played.
And I'm glad that spider web is finally being torn down. And I think the American people are, by and large, feel the exact same way.
You should do that to YouTube, by the way.
What's that?
You show them how you tear down the spider webs.
This
Look
is
at him go. Look at him just claw away at it. You're welcome, YouTube.
Usually when the spider, when you run through it, you're like, oh, God.
It's all over my face.
Okay.
Oh, God.
It's the worst feeling in the world.
I got government all over me.
That's right. It feels like a spider web. It's that off-putting. It's terrible. And then you can't get it off your hands, and you're
just wiggling all this government all over. Oh, my God. Is it biting me? No.
It's the spider still in the web. Oh, dear heavens. I'm going to have a blood blister. This would be terrible. I want you to hear from a guy named Rick Wilson. Rick Wilson says that Germany has more free speech. He said this on MSNBC. That Germany has more free speech in the U.S. Than we do here in the United States. And then what you will hear right after he's done speaking is the 60 Minutes interview with German officials that will tell you they will arrest you. They will come to your house, knock on the door, and arrest you for posting memes that are offensive. This man wants you to believe that in the United States, you don't have as much freedom of speech as the people in Germany do. Listen.
I communicated with somebody from the German CSU a little while ago, and I asked her what she thought about what had happened with Vance. And the degree to which they were shocked and appalled and offended that Vance came there daring to lecture Germany, one of the most free countries on earth when it comes to expression, where America is now rated 55th in the world on freedom of expression, it was appalling, and it was insulting.
Yeah, appalling and insulting. So the funny part is they were offended by J.D. Vance using his freedom of speech. Now listen to the folks at 60 Minutes when they say, yes, you can be arrested for posting a meme. Do we have that cut?
No, I don't have that one.
Okay, all right. So basically on 60 Minutes the other night, you've probably seen it on social media.
Yeah, when he points it out.
Where they're sitting with a group of 3 German officials and they say, well, yeah, if you post something that's offensive, we're going to come to your house and arrest you. And we're going to punish you harder if you say it on social media rather than out loud. We're still going to arrest you if you just say it in a public place, but if you say it on social media, it lasts forever. It doesn't go away, so your punishment's actually going to be more.
There was a murder on Twitter yesterday, on X, and that was J.D. Vance. And the person that went at him, questioning the AP losing their chair, losing their seating position in the White House press room. And he pointed out, losing your access for not saying Gulf of America is quite a bit different than the government rolling up into your home for posting a meme.
That's right. Like the Germans are, where Rick Wilson, says, no, you in America, you don't have any.
I mean, I'd have
freedom of
spent
speech.
at least 6 months in at this point.
Oh, dude, you'd be longer than that.
I know.
You might be up.
I've been up there with putting some stuff out there that kind of makes people
Your
upset.
Fauci stuff alone would get you
My Fauci
decades.
stuff alone would get, but that T-shirt would get me at least a year or two in.
The fact that you considered buying it and then it was shipped to your house and you wore it in front of people. How many people did you influence?
By the way,
with your thoughts.
I was wearing my Fauci clown shirt 4 years ago. I think I had it pretty nailed, huh?
Yes, no doubt.
4 years ago? Like, what was it when we had our event, like 2.5, 3 years ago?
At least 3 years ago.
And I'm wearing the Fauci shirt at the Governor's Gun Club. And that still wasn't the time where everyone was completely on board with the fact that he was a clown.
Or comfortable with it. Or maybe they knew it and believed it, but they're afraid to say it out loud.
They're like, he's a deity. You can't put a clown nose on him. Oh, I can. Watch this.
That's exactly right.
So, if I was in Germany,
police.
I'd be in a padded cell.
But think about how crazy that sounds, because those same German officials explained that if you're praying near an abortion clinic within, they said 200 meters. I have no idea how far that is because I'm an American, but relatively close, that you could influence their decision by your silent prayer, and that makes you a criminal. I would ask Rick Wilson, political consultant for the Democrats, if that's the thing that we face in the United States. As much as they tried to shut down freedom of speech, and Biden did by forcing or coordinating with, whichever way it came down, could be either one, with Meta to silence you and take all that stuff down. Did they come to your door and arrest you? Probably not. Most often it didn't happen. But that's what he wants you to believe. And that's why that he can slam J.D. Vance for what I saw as a stellar stellar speech in front of the Munich Security Conference in Germany, and watching those leftists squirm, knowing that he was talking about them as they sit in the audience. Dude, that was so... For me as an American, that made me want to stand up and salute like the national anthem was just played.
Does it not feel like he is giving you the same sort of stuff Donald Trump does?
Absolutely it does.
I'm going to stand up in front of you. You're going to hear some hard truth. Now, Dad's back in the White House. Son ain't far behind.
That's exactly right, man.
And we're going to give you some hard truth. You're not going to like it sometimes, but I'm going to tell you the truth.
And I would contend, and it's something that you have brought up before, Donald Trump is relatively conservative. J.D. Vance is very conservative, and he's the next step. And this whole generation of kids that we see that are of voting age trending toward the Republican Party and trending toward conservative values and principles, that's going to create a whole lot of heartburn for liberals and Democrats for the next several decades, maybe generations. Says the Morning Xtra on Extra 106-3-404-741-1230. If you agree, disagree, got something you want to get off your chest, we'd love to hear from you. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. Your home exterior solution since 1999. Right now, they'll give you 10% off any job, or you can choose 12 months, 0% financing for windows, doors, gutters, siding, roofing. If you want to put a deck on the house, you want to rebuild a deck, you want to screen it in, they do it all. SouthernExteriors.co is their website. And their phone number, 877-9-SOUTHERN. When we come back, story time with Front Office Los and the end of the media. He can tell you the day the media died. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Rebecca, hi. Welcome aboard. What's going on?
You know what? First of all, I'm so excited you're back on the air because you make me happy.
Well,
you make me laugh.
Well, I'm not sure that sounds like me half the time, but you're very sweet. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Good morning, Atlanta. It's Front Office Lows. Let's talk about X-Mark. And where do you get X-Mark? You go and get it at Howard Brothers, of course. Start your engines and let's get ready for grass cutting season. I know we got a cold spell going right now, but before you know it, we're going to get right into March and things are going to start picking up. And as you know, lawn care professionals or just the regular season person like myself who likes to take care of your yard, it's going to be here before we know it, and you got to get your yard ready. Now is the time to visit the guys at Howard Brothers and learn how you can upgrade your X-Mark mower fleet or get your existing fleet in tip-top shape before the work season starts. That is the key to being able to handle a ton of jobs out there. The X-Mark Turf Tracer, the Radius, the Laser, these are all mowers designed with you in mind, the professional landscaper. You can be confident that your job will be done to perfection with an X-Mark mower in your fleet. For those of you regular homeowners, you want to have the top-looking lawn in the area? Hey, X-Mark and Howard Brothers, that's how you get it done, brother. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with X-Mark and Howard Brothers.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth if they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans automatic 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. Atlanta Smiles, 404-262-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
When you buy a Subaru from Subaru of Gwinnett, you're buying more than a vehicle. You're buying safety for your family, an investment that will hold its value, and something that will last a long time. You're buying trust. For a limited time, celebrate all the 2025 models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, now through March 31st. Whether you're looking to match your adventurous spirit with the 2025 Subaru Outback or lean on the reliability of the 2025 Subaru Forester, Subaru of Gwinnett has the perfect fit for your family. You'll love exploring in the 2025 Subaru Crosstrek. And the 2025 Subaru Legacy is what happens when we put the best of Subaru into a sedan. Plus, every Subaru model comes equipped with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subaru of Gwinnett has been your hometown dealership for years, and we're proud to be here to help your family find a Subaru to love for years to come. And our award-winning service department is here to ensure you've always got someone to lean on and trust when you need us. Stop in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth and meet our incredible staff, or start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Are you tired of dealing with drafty, inefficient windows? Do you have certain rooms in the house that you can't keep cool in the summer or warm in the winter? Hi, I'm Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons Garage Entry Doors and Windows. It's time to upgrade these old windows. Replace them with double-pane, beautiful, energy-efficient windows. Your new windows will help you regulate a perfect temperature throughout your house. Start saving big money on your energy bills and improve the curb appeal of your home. Give us a call today at 770-517-7078.
Military veterans are eager to transfer their skills and experiences to civilian life, but lack trusted connections to expedite their path to success. The civilian world can be confusing, and veterans do not need to journey through it alone. When you reach out to the Warrior Alliance, we will guide you to the best-in-class resources that can lead you toward renewed purpose after serving our nation. Find out why thousands of warriors have found success after service after engaging with the Warrior Alliance. For assistance, go to thewarrioralliance.org or call 404-210-1776.
Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions, so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Good morning. These are your headlines for Tuesday, February 18th. 2025. A winter weather advisory has been issued for several counties in the northern Georgia mountains. The advisory will take into effect as of 1 o'clock on Wednesday until 1 a.m. on Thursday for the following counties: Catoosa, Chattooga, Dade, Dawson, Fannin, Floyd, Gilmer, Gordon, and Lumpkin, among others. Snow accumulation of half an inch are likely in the areas, but the highest elevations may see up to an inch. Atlanta-based Delta Airlines has activated its Passenger Inquiry Center for family and loved ones of the customers involved in Monday's plane crash in Canada. The center lets them connect with Delta for more information on the crash. They said the Delta flight 4819 flew out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, St. Paul International Airport and crashed as it landed in Toronto around 2:30 yesterday afternoon. No fatalities were reported. The search for an Atlanta teacher who disappeared at Lake Oconee continues on now its 11th day today. The Georgia Department of Natural Resources, wardens, and trained volunteers like the Emergency Dive Response Team and others are searching the lake for Westminster teacher and head coach Gary Jones. Thus far, only his wallet has been found. With your headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. Doors, windows, roofs, siding, gutters. They can repair it or replace it, and they will give you the best deal. They've been doing this since 1999, and right now they're offering 10% off any job, no matter how big, or 12 months, 0% financing to help pay for it all. SouthernExteriors.co is their website. Don't mess it up. It's not .com. It's O-O-O-O-O. O-O-O-O. It's my wife be singing along to, the
right stuff?
The right stuff, yeah. I was about to say Backstreet Boys, meaning New Kids on the Block.
New Kids on the Block?
Oh. It's because it's C-O. It's C-O-O.
C-O.
O-O. C-O. SouthernExteriors.co or 8779 Southern.
I hope you have to pay them for that one.
Yeah, right.
Listen, you're going to have to send me $5 for that one.
You're going to charge me back. It's so bad. I think it would be a good way to remember their website. Oh. I mean,
but it's just one O.
Well, I know, but I mean, you're singing that. C-O-O-O-O.
I'm not going to forget it.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. Thank you.
Now it's in his head.
No, he's just trying to be nice to me.
At some point,
it's a terrible idea.
He's just going to be sitting around his house, and he's just going to go, I can't get this song out of my head.
Seriously, he's going to be going back and listening to The Right Stuff and Hanging Tough, and
he's going to put lipstick on and think about murdering you.
That's right. And then he'll cross me off.
You gave me this earworm.
Or he'll add me to the
list. It's like Wrath of Khan. You just stuck this thing in his brain.
Yeah, it's the earworm, and it's never going away, and I hate your guts for it. All the ladies who are about 45-ish are all loving the fact that I brought up New Kids on the Block because they pay like outlandish amounts of money to go see them in concert, and if the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC are in there, that's just a double bonus.
Oh God, they make so much money off those shows.
Stupid money. They make stupid money, and all because they know how to lure in at the time, teenage girls with these, like we joke about the Southern Exteriors guys being in a boy band.
Yes.
This is the actual boy band that we're comparing them to.
The Frau, who was growing up in the late 80s, early 90s, who caught all of this, this wave of new boy bandism. We've always had like boy band,
well,
but
the
it's
Beatles
like rock
were really
stuff.
a boy band.
Yeah, it's like
they just played their own instruments.
Yeah, the real manufactured boy band stuff really got cranked up in the late 80s, and so they all grew up with it, and so they all get dressed up to the nines and go enjoy these shows.
Yeah, and it is fun. I love it, and it's funny because it was my wife's first ever concert. That was the New Kids on the Block was her first ever concert, and it was my second ever concert. I had to agree. This was the deal before we get to story time. This was the deal, Los. I was 13 years old before I went to the Motley Crue show. My parents dropped me off at UTC McKenzie Arena in Chattanooga by myself, me and my lone ticket, walking up into the Motley Crue show.
You went and bought cigarettes.
No, I didn't have any money to buy cigarettes. They did give me $20 to buy a T-shirt that I did, and I wish I still had to this moment. They went to eat all-you-can-eat salad and breadsticks at Olive Garden while I was rocking out to Girls, Girls, Girls and seeing boobs on the screen for the first time in my whole life. I was like, this is the greatest day of my life. This is fantastic. Mom and Daddy picked me up. I had to leave early. I didn't want to. But the whole deal was, that was for my 13th birthday. I had to agree to take my sister back to that same venue for her birthday in March when New Kids on the Block came to town.
That's the trade-off.
That was the trade-off.
Okay. Fair.
I didn't realize, though, at the time, because I fought it for a minute, but I wanted to go Motley Crue bad enough that I gave in. What I didn't realize was that for a 13-year-old boy to be at a New Kids on the Block concert when it was 30-1 girls to boys, you had your pick of the litter. I talked to so many girls that night. I thought I was the king of the world.
You were.
It was a great night.
Target-rich environments. Like my friend of mine, when he actually discovered that if he went to Christian youth groups, that it was mostly like 90% girls and him.
Yeah, and they're good, sweet girls. This is target-rich environment.
He got married out of that thing.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Let's do story time.
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
Thank you, Ramjack. Thank you, Tug.
You betcha, buddy.
Thank you, Sweet Clean Jerry.
And
thank you,
Sick Joey.
Sick JoJo. Just trying to survive.
Stay far away.
And by the way, congratulations on your new position.
Oh, yeah,
It's
man.
now
It was announced
company-wide.
yesterday.
The new studio producer of Atlanta Braves and the radio network.
That's big
That's
time.
where our JoJo is moving on. He's leaving us, and he's going to run the studio production for the entirety of the largest sports network when it comes to an individual team in the country. So congratulations to JoJo.
And feel better soon.
If you get a chance to reach out to him, make sure you congratulate him for all of his hard work. Let's start story time with Ramjack, and thank you to that. Because yesterday, if you saw the incredible video of the plane crash that occurred in Canada, this was a flight that originated out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I saw the video from the interior of the plane. I don't know if you saw this. The guy who had his cell phone out. Guy has his cell phone, and this is when the evacuation of the plane is occurring. And as the crew and the people that are on site are helping people get out of the plane, clearly the plane doesn't look like it looks like it's upside down.
Well, yeah.
He gets out of the plane, he turns around, he's filming it, and all he kept basically saying is, F, bro, I was on this plane. F, bro, I was on this plane.
I'm sure it's shocking.
And the way it looks is if a very talented pilot, perhaps they lost some sort of elevator controls, but they recognize, I got to land this thing on its head. Like, that's a pretty talented pilot. I tell you, landing in the Hudson River, no problem. Landing a plane upside down, different. You're a talented individual. I can't land a plane upside down.
I don't know if I can land a plane anywhere.
I'm pretty sure I can put it in the water. It's no big deal. Want to make a movie about me. Anyway, so considering that occurred, you then had NBC that wanted to take this plane crash that, keep in mind, went under Canadian authority. That's who was in charge of the plane. This is how NBC tried to spin it that it was Donald Trump's fault.
I did want to, underscore, to pick up on the conversation you were just having, though, in terms of the recent string of aviation incidents, Tom. This is going to yet again raise the concern about FAA staffing, air traffic control staffing. Now, this is a Canadian air traffic control tower, and this is under Canadian authority once it crosses the border. And yet, as you know, there has been this talk about maybe staff cuts at the FAA as a part of President Trump's effort to trim down the federal workforce. And yet, as you also know, the FAA has been complaining for years that they are understaffed in critical job positions, especially air traffic control. I was having a conversation with somebody today about whether air traffic control in America is being affected by the staff cuts. So far, not to their knowledge, and yet other positions related to maintaining critical equipment appear to have been cut. So this is going to feed into all of these recent incidents, and the safety of the total air traffic system is going to be very much a part of the conversation as we go forward, at least on this side of the country, of the border, I should say.
So let me get this straight. The plane crosses into Canada. It has an accident. You have some people injured, but everyone survives.
Yeah, 18 injured, I believe.
And yet it's Donald Trump's fault, even though it only has to do with Canadian authorities on that side of the border.
Got to blame somebody, Los.
Because, there was staff cuts. This is where the media is dead. That is pure propaganda, all right? And it got me to thinking, as far as this story time, and thank you to Ramjack. It got me to thinking, we have now reached the point where we are post-legacy media. We talk about the importance of X, and we talk about how people consume media now. X is now the largest news site in the entirety of the world. You get your information, you get your analysis, everything now goes through X. And you get it unfiltered. You get both ends of an issue. You will get people that will spin it a certain way to you. You'll also get the opposite side, but you're getting both ends. That's what's different about the media. And it got me to thinking, the media died on June 27th of 2024. That was the last day of the media. Do you recall what you were doing on June 27th of 2024?
If I had to guess, I was
sitting.
sitting.
Pickleball.
No, that was probably earlier in the afternoon.
Anybody else? June 27th?
I feel like I was sitting on the couch watching the debate between Trump and Biden.
That's what you were doing.
Okay.
And remember, we were told for the better part of 5 years, and then 4 years when Joe Biden was in office. He's great. Sharp as a tack.
Never been better. Perfect. Running laps around me. That's what Joe Scarborough said.
He is awesome. Joe Scarborough told you, F you if you think something different.
That's exactly right.
All right. So I went back, because I was just kind of curious. And you can always go find this on YouTube. I went back to go find what the instant reaction was, the instant analysis. Because remember, Joe basically spent the better part of what was 90 minutes. We were all texting one another like, man, this is bad.
How can this be happening?
How can this be happening?
They told us everything is great.
They told us everything was great. We spent that morning talking about how they were going to drug cocktail up Joe, and he was going to sound with it. He was going to sound great. We talked about how he's only functional from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., but you're going to hold a debate that's going to start at 9. How bad could this go? All right, I want you to take a listen.
Worse than we ever considered.
Worse than we ever considered.
And we knew it was bad.
Remember, we beat Medicaid. It's like, I think you meant COVID. I think at one point Donald Trump said, I don't know what he just said, and he doesn't know either.
That's right.
Like, that was one of the lines of the debate.
That's right.
I don't know what he just said, and he doesn't know either. I want you to take a listen to Rachel Maddow. This is, as the debate is ending, this is now, all right, we're going to Rachel Maddow. It's MSNBC. Right now, Joe Biden's presidency is on the ropes, and it's not because of us. It's because of his own party. And the legacy media is now hanging on for dear life, recognizing that what you say in probably the next 90 seconds is going to determine whether or not the legacy media survives as a mainstream outlet in this country. Take a listen to Rachel Maddow.
And that is the first presidential debate of the 2024 election cycle at a very unusual time with very unusual format. And I think with probably strange results. I mean, we'll see the response from both sides. But if you're the Biden campaign, I think you wish that this night will be remembered in reverse as the president became sort of stronger, including his voice, the strength of his voice over the course of the night, probably peaking towards the very, very end of the debate. For the Trump campaign, I think it's fair to say it was the inverse. President Trump, just in terms of his coherence and finishing a sentence and seeming to be in control of his own emotions, started off as strong as he was. The strongest point for him was at the very beginning of the debate, and then over the course of the night, he became less coherent and more visibly flustered.
If anyone sat through that, that's Rachel Maddow giving you the company line of how do I cover for what I have just seen, the Hindenburg disaster. It seems the balloon popped, but everyone's okay.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Move
Everything's fine.
Yes.
Don't worry about it. That giant flaming turd that is falling from the sky, there's nothing to see here. That is the night the legacy media died. So when you have NBC blaming Donald Trump for a plane crash in Canada, based on the cuts that they're claiming that are going on, this is why everyone rolls their eyes. This is why no one's paying attention. This is why when they poll and they're like, why is this not working? Why is he more popular than ever? How are we not able to influence these people? It was your own fault.
They don't listen to you anymore.
You did it. You went ahead and told me for 4 years that Joe Biden was the next coming of Einstein. And then when I watched him get up in front of the entirety of the country, he babbled and nearly drooled on himself.
Yeah, it's hard to take what Rachel Maddow said seriously if you watched that debate, because it wasn't anything like she said. Trump seemed strong through the whole thing and pointed out how incoherent and how unprepared, maybe just because it's physical, maybe his dementia kicked it, whatever it is. But she tried to convince you that he got stronger as the night went. I watched the whole debate. I didn't see that.
So they followed that up. There was a follow-up with Joy Reid. And Joy Reid initially talks about how, well, you know, the president does have a stutter, and he had
right.
Remember,
I've forgotten about the stutter.
Now, remember, they also said, well, he has a cold.
Oh, yes, that's right. He may have been on cold medication.
And
I remember this.
So
yes.
she tries this for like 25, 30 seconds, and then you just see the air come out of the balloon, and she goes, but I'm getting text messages and calls from everybody that's wondering whether or not we should pull him off the ticket. Like, she tried the company line. I'm going to try and
she couldn't even convince herself of saying it.
And then she's like, but this is not going to work any further. But Rachel Maddow, I mean, give credit to Rachel Maddow. There's a reason why they pay her in the way she does. She managed to take that chicken S and turn it to chicken salad as best she could with a straight face.
But you say that, and it's the exact opposite of that, though, Los, because that's, like you said, that's what drove the stake in.
That's why they're dead.
So she kept the company line, but she won the battle but lost the war.
Yes. When you go through that night of all the audio, and it's one, for the most part, Democrat analysis after another, and they're all saying, we're in big trouble. He's not, but she was the one towing the line as the main person on MSNBC. She's going to keep up the fight. That is why the legacy media is dead. So whenever they blame Trump for whatever they want to, blame him for whatever you feel like. No one's listening to you all anymore because of what you did on June 27th of 2024.
That was what burst the bubble. You'd been doing it for 40, 50, 60 years. It just finally caught up to you at that point, and it's dead and over with. Thank you, Front Office Los. Storytime is always an entertaining and informative segment on the show. And if you ever miss any of it, go back, because you got to remember, Los did the way that Doge was created weeks and weeks and weeks ago. And you're still hearing people talk about, hey, did you know that Doge was created under something that Obama used in Obamacare?
I've been stolen from.
Multiple times, many times, over and over and over again. That's why you can't miss Storytime with Los.
That's why we ended up having Mr. Sexton saying it on Friday, and you're texting me. I'm like, did y'all know this was created under Obama?
That's exactly right. Buck Sexton.
Buck Sexton, I'm like, yeah, we can have a go, man.
Buddy. And then other commentators here in town doing the exact same thing.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Despite 23 points and 10 boards from Asa Newell, The UGA basketball team couldn't hang on to the Missouri Tigers as they lost 74-87 in Athens. This marks the Dogs' third loss in a row and only their third loss at home. The Dogs have 5 more games left before the SEC tournament, and they face number 1 Auburn next. And the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets won in overtime against Cal 90-88. Faye Ndongo had his career best game with 26 points, 13 boards, and a tip-in at the buzzer to win the game. The Jackets now stand with a 13-13 record and play Boston College next. Extra 106.3 Sports, I'm Jerry Payne.
Oh, those IRS agents that's going to be let go. This is the least popular of the 3-letter agencies, the IRS. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody. Interesting, we were watching The Chosen, which is a TV show that we found on Amazon Prime. It's been around for a while. And one of the things that they say about Matthew, one of the disciples, is he's a tax collector, and it takes him a little while to trust him, to let him be a part of the circle. And Jesus has to coach him through that. Because same way these days, we're like, goodness gracious, they're coming to take everything I have, worked so hard for my money, and they're taking it away and sending it to Sesame Street or to create Sesame Street in Iraq or something nuts like that. Tax refund. So the only good thing about it is if you get a little bit of a refund, I suppose that just means you paid in too much. So, but anyway it goes, if the refund does come to you, there is a really good way to invest that money. For over 25 years, Southern Exteriors has been the trusted choice for homeowners, completing 200,000 jobs across 6 states, based in Jackson, Georgia. Doing windows and doors, roofing, siding, gutters, they can do it all. And they'll have a foreman on site. And let me tell you, as a man that has had a horrible experience with contractors recently on the interior of our home trying to remodel bathrooms, that was the one thing that they promised me that they never delivered was we'll have somebody there to make sure everything goes well. The contractors are fired, didn't do that. Southern Exteriors does. So that is so very important. Please don't look over that. They offer 0% financing for 12 months or 10% off any job. Upgrading that curb appeal. Maybe you're like Lowe's going to put the thing on the market soon. Or you're just getting those repairs that are needed so badly done. Now's the perfect time to make it happen. SouthernExteriors.co is their website, or 8779-SOUTHERN is their phone number.
Atlanta Braves single-game tickets for the 2025 season are on sale. And not only can fans look forward to some incredible matchups this season, but the Braves have a ton of unique and exciting giveaways that everyone will want to get their hands on. Bobbleheads feature Chris Sale and Marcell Ozuna, presented by Delta. A throwback bobblehead featuring Chipper Jones from the 2000 All-Star Game, presented by SeatGeek, and many more. Fans can also look forward to collectibles like the 1995 World Series replica ring and red home jersey presented by Coke. And we can't forget about the kiddos. Every Sunday home game, the Braves will give away items to the first 3,000 kids through the gates. Even the adults will want some of these items, which include the Blooper Mascot Security T-shirt, Ozzy Albies Go Fish deck of cards presented by Curacao, a New Island vibe, a sliding mitt, pool float, beaded player necklace, and so much more. Visit Braves.com/promos to see all of these awesome freebies and get your tickets to see your Braves this season. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and Equal Housing lending lender.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Atlanta? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Atlanta for free. That's right. We'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. Atlanta is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Atlanta and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Love having a true conservative news and talk station in Atlanta? Then spread the word. Tell your family and friends to download the Extra 106.3 app and stream the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, and Atlanta's biggest lineup of conservative voices.
Tug and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 as Los is diving into his daughter's volleyball schedule. He reminds me so much of my wife. She used to get so excited.
Come on, schedule.
When the schedule, and you said it came out, is there, is good?
Sort of. The schedule has posted, but it just has seeds. But it hasn't assigned seeds yet.
So it was a teaser. That's all it is. It's just a tease. They're not giving you what you need to know.
I'm trying to see if we can find anything about no future match assigned. No.
Typically for baseball, it was Wednesdays when it came out.
Well, I mean, everybody else is on here as far as the rest of the teams within our club, but it looks like everyone in the 14s and 15s division doesn't have times yet.
Okay. All right. Well. And the wait continues.
Normally when it says schedule posted,
it's time.
It's time. Jerry, it's time. I know who we're playing, what we're doing, and nobody scouts 14-year-old girls volleyball like I do. I get on there and I tell you about, hey, we got to watch out for this outside hitter, watch out for this middle blocker. The libero is pretty good. Their serving is quality. Until you give me some opponents, I can't scout. There's 95 teams.
Well,
at least not effectively.
I hate that you're having to wait. Because it is frustrating. I know it's frustrating. But
it's like a tease.
They say the best things come to those who wait. Somebody made that up at some
16 years old, and the girlfriend just told me, like, no, I'm not going to come meet you for a movie.
It's so let down.
So let down.
It hurts. Well, this will pick you right back up, I think. Because the Democrats do it so much.
You have like a song or something?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay, better. Better feeling now.
Remember the last one that you even in the afternoon, the Kimmer turned it into a promo for a show because they were singing "What Side Are You On?"
Oh yeah, the crazy ladies.
Yeah, well, there's more of them. These protesters decided they wrote a song about Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Check this one out.
Gonna keep on moving forward. Keep on moving forward. Keep on moving forward. Never turning back. Never turning back.
I mean, it's heartfelt.
Trump is not a king.
No, he ain't. No.
Trump is not a king. Trump is not a king.
No, he's
not. Never turning back.
I feel like they lost their momentum there because they had something with not a king, and I feel like there should have been something out there. They weren't ready yet to go never turning back again.
Kind of stream of consciousness, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. It just seemed like it fell apart there. When it was quality up until that point.
Just straight out of the communist playbook.
Dude.
Chanting and singing. It's like, can you get everybody to go along with the song, with the chant? Because then we can show solidarity, and at that point, we've surrendered our own free will.
Dude, and if they clap or stomp, I mean, this is doing something. Man, out there,
It's just hard to get me to do something in unison with other people.
It's weird. It's a little bit. The only time that I'm guilty of it is if you're at the Braves game. Thankfully, the Braves back, their first spring training game.
Oh, I will
Saturday.
chop with my phone.
I'll hit that off occasionally.
I will wait for the big moment, and when the house lights go down, and it's time to chop with the phone, which I only do it because it is so racist.
That's what we
the
told
inherent
them.
racism of the chop is something I indulge in now. Now that the NFL has removed end racism from their end zones, I've realized we have conquered racism, and so even the chop is not a concern anymore.
No, everything is back to good. We are. We couldn't be more in a more perfect position, a more perfect union.
Right.
I don't think.
My prejudice is at all-time high. I prejudge everything.
Which is
I see you're clapping and singing unison songs, and I go, my prejudice wire is going like, woo.
But what you're describing as prejudice, I think most people just see as instinct. Like, what am I seeing? What does my brain tell me?
Evaluating.
Yes, it's what everybody does, man. And you can pretend that you don't, but everybody does. Anyway, well, that'll do it for us. Another fun day.
Where's
on the
my
Morning
schedule,
Xtra.
man?
It's going to be there soon. Do you think you'll get it by this afternoon, or is it going to make you wait till
Better
Wednesday?
get in like another hour or two.
Yeah. When is it? Is it start Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. We'll drive back hopefully with a big old medal Monday. We'll see.
Yeah. Orlando.
Got to finish in the top 2.
There you go.
Out of
Wish
95 teams.
Los will be traveling Friday and Monday. So wish him and his girls luck. If you've been in that situation where you know they can win and you know they can do it, you know, you're hanging on every pitch or every serve. You know what it's like. You've been there. So have I. For Los and board up Captain Goalie Virgin River, get to feeling better. Jerry Payne, thank you for being here. Y'all come back now here. Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Xtra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
Apparently, it's true. The facts are: 1, China sends fentanyl to Mexico. Fact number 2, there are thousands of Chinese nationals working in factories in Mexico, turning the fentanyl into pills. Fact number 3, the pills are then smuggled into America to poison us. How is it possible that the Federal Bureau of Investigation is not all along the border, and how come our U.S. military is not bombing all those factories? If I were president of the United States, they'd be blown up. It'd be like that freaking Harrison Ford movie where you get the undercover boys and you go wipe them off the freaking face of the earth and then suffer the consequence. Patriot game.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. Now that President Trump has unburdened us from what could have been, our country's finally headed in the right directions. But the Democrats are screaming and yelling and losing their minds. And unfortunately, the bad guys are still here and they want your stuff. Thank you, Joe Biden. And customers are still reporting break-ins and thefts of their hard-earned valuables. Don't wait till it's too late. Get a quality safe from the Safe House. We carry the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. And remember, gun safes are sales tax-free at Atlanta Safe House. So give us a call or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Its intelligent technology is intuitive, its responsive performance, responsible. Turbo power with a hybrid assist, a digital yet sensual cockpit, and sporty elegance help make the C-Class a driver's delight and paradise for passengers. Get an exceptional offer on the 2024 Mercedes-Benz C300 sedan. Just $459 per month for 36 months with $41.54 due at signing. Exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta Sandy Springs through February 28, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
True Prep on Cobb Parkway is your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies, including freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid, and more. They also have a large selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo at the lowest prices around. They're locally owned and operated, and you can visit their store in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or online at truprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
Central Heating and Air Conditioning would like to thank you for trusting them with your heating and air conditioning and home performance needs by throwing the 28th annual Winter White Sale going on right now through the end of February. And you can save up to $2,000 because with carrier rebates, the best in the business, working with the best in the business at Central, you're guaranteed to get the best deals possible. And why is Central Heating and Air Conditioning the best? Well, they're one of the few locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. It's been that way since 1947. And it's still that way today. Central Heating and Air Conditioning can fix what ails your house health and possibly your family's health with home ventilation and air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speeds, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and more. Central Heating and Air's 28th annual Winter White Sale goes through the end of February. So check them out online at centralheat.com or call them at 770-GET-HEAT and turn to your Atlanta carrier expert.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Locally owned and heard throughout Georgia on the...
It's a first since Russia invaded Ukraine nearly 3 years ago. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. U.S. talks with Russia, led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
The only thing President Trump's trying to do is bring about peace. It's what he campaigned on. It's something the world should be thanking President Trump for doing.
And saying after the talks wrapped up in Saudi Arabia.
I came away today convinced that they are willing to begin to engage in a serious process to determine how and how quickly and through what mechanism can an end be brought to this war.
But Fox's Alex Hogan reports.
Russia is doubling down on one of its demands, saying it is not enough for NATO not to invite Ukraine into the alliance, but wants the alliance to go one step further, canceling a promise from 2008 that would say that eventually Ukraine could be a part of the
land, and they'll release the bodies also of 4 others.